All right, so I am in line to do a free, hopefully this is actually free, COVID test. There's like a drive-through testing site. It's run by the fire department and a lot of cars in line. So I'm guessing this is a good sign of people just being safe. They do recommend having a appointment, which I did make for 10:30, but they also say if you don't have an appointment, it's okay, you can just register online. Oh, and the nice thing is I came back, of course my wallet was right where I left it, so that wasn't a problem because I forgot my wallet for like the entire trip. So that was a really good reminder of the importance of having an alternate ID and also having alternate forms of payment. But yeah, we were on that 3-week trip, and even though we both feel really healthy, we are, you know, pretty sure in terms of feeling that neither of us even has a common cold or picked up any kind of sickness during our trip. You can never be too sure. I mean, there's a possibility that one of us could be asymptomatic. And so we just want to, or I just want to make sure, like Martin's at home, he can work from home for the next 2 weeks. So he was actually planning to self-isolate anyway. But I already have to, I have meetings, I have photo shoots, and I'm putting everything on hold with my clients up until I get the results of this test, because I don't want to potentially expose them to anything that I might have picked up on the road. And I just feel like that's the responsible thing to do. And this COVID test, they're saying that you can get results in about 48 hours.
Okay, this is your test file. I'm going to have you grab that. Double check to make sure all the information is correct. First and last name and birthday.
Okay.
Perfect. And then this will have your test results. So in about 48 hours, your test will be done. You can scan that code in and it'll take you to the test results page.
Hey there.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's Cole.
Okay.
I'll
I'm
take
Susie.
the vial. Is your birthday and everything correct on there?
Yep.
Okay. Have you been tested yet?
I have not, no.
Okay. I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
It's going to make your eyes water a little bit, okay? It may make you sneeze or cough. If you do, go ahead and just try to turn it to the inside, but if not, it's not the end of the world, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to test both nostrils today, okay?
Okay.
All right. When you're ready, go ahead and take your mask down and go ahead and lean your head back and look towards me.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Let me know when you're ready.
All right. Ready?
I know, it's not fun, I
Nope,
know,
nope,
I'm
nope.
sorry.
That's okay.
All right, head
Okay.
back, look towards me. Nice job, you're doing awesome. Perfect, you're all done.
All right, thank
All
you very
right,
much.
go enjoy the sunshine today.
All right,
Thanks
thank you.
for coming in.
Thanks. Ooh. Yeah, they're right. That is not a very fun test.
We've done it. We've escaped, and we will not be back for 22 days.
The journey begins.
That's right, we're running away. We're very determined, and it's no secret things have been a bit messed up in the cities right now, so we got in our car and we took off.
So we are going on an epic road trip. We're going to the American West, and we're going to be hitting a lot of the places that have been on our collective bucket list for years. So we brought tons of camera gear. You may have seen that video showing all the camera gear that we're bringing, because we're serious. We're going to be doing as much landscape and travel photography as we possibly can.
This morning, as usual, we left the city down I-90 and we crossed the mountain pass. It's Snoqualmie Pass, which as always was pouring rain, and it's June and we're fed up. Next to us is the Great American West, so we can just hit the road and generally travel southeast, and we'll be heading towards Colorado. Already out of gas because we left with almost none, and now we get our full trunk here in Helensburg. This is our first stop outside of Seattle after breakfast. As soon as you leave Seattle, we're not even 2 hours away, and we're already in this Wild West type of environment, which is very dry, and we're in a canyon, so it's giving you the Wild West vibes. So we're doing exploration in our own state this first day, and this is one of the main points I want to make here, is that Seattle is on the coast, on the west coast of the USA, but as soon as you cross the mountains, you're already officially in the American West, in the Wild West, that is. the famous one from the movies, and this is what we're going to devote our trip to this time.
Yes, this bridge is like wavy. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's waving in the wind. And this is the Yakima River. It's actually a big river which starts in the Cascade Mountains and goes down into the Yakima Valley where a lot of our agriculture is. So we're taking the canyon road along the river. And as you can see, it's not at all a small river. It's one of many in the state. So we're still near lots of water as we're in Washington. But the more we go towards Utah, the more we'll be going to among the driest parts of the USA.
So cool. I love how there's so many things so close to home for us that we've never seen. So it's like there's endless opportunities to discover things that you never knew about.
This is true. A lot of people don't even know that this canyon is here. This is the closest canyon to the city of Seattle, where in the metro over 4 million people live, but just about everyone I know doesn't even know it's here. We're now in the city of Yakima, which is about 2 hours away from Seattle and grows a lot of Seattle's food. We are not going to stop here because it's close, and we will be doing this extensively in other episodes, but for now we're driving down I-82, which will be taking us to our next two destinations, and we're going to make a stop down the road in Richland, Washington. This is our first proper break in Tri-Cities, Kennewick, Washington, next to the Columbia River.
It feels good. We've been deprived. It's been raining for days, weeks,
months.
You know, typical.
We're gonna burn hard in this trip.
Right now that sounds really good. I don't mind.
So we're taking a little trail here, and we're going to show you why once we get there. For now, it's really to get circulation going after 3 hours in the car. What we have here is a classic Columbia River, what they call a riparian habitat. It means it's immediately next to a river. And you see a total change from just a few hundred yards away.
We saw evidence of there being bears here. So not only are there snakes, but there's bears.
And the reason I chose this place in particular is because in our last check-in we were on the Yakima River in the canyon, following it, and we followed it all the way to its confluence with the Columbia River, which is the biggest river in the region, and all that happens right here. So yeah, this is now the Columbia, the biggest river in the northwest. Hola. ¿Más pescados? No? Nada. Nada? There's a big catch.
Uh-huh.
Does not look promising. Often these environments next to the river get quite overgrown, even though we're in a semi-desert here. Right next to the river it becomes a marsh and a forest sometimes. Wow, this has become almost like a jungle now. I have to be ducking the whole time. You probably have easier time.
It's not so bad for me. Yeah, it's just a little bit taller than me. I wonder what all this stuff is. It's like getting all over the trees.
Some kind of parasitic plant. Here's me trying to get through. What I'm getting out of this park so far is that they've carved out little pathways to access the river, and everyone's got their own little fishing spot. What do they call it in English? the thing that the silkworm eats.
Ew.
It's mulberry or...
Mulberry? Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, I think this is what this is. It's actually super messy. When you see the fruits, they smash and they stain hardcore.
Yeah.
So we actually need to watch our shoes after here. We've done it. We've escaped, and we will not be back for 22 days. This is the point of this trip, to just escape and keep going and keep running and keep chasing.
Keep looking for new things. This was pretty cool because I haven't seen anything like that before.
Having to go through a dubious trail through the tall grass because we can't connect any other way. This time we got good and accurate information from this cycler. He confirmed that this is the delta of the Yakima River, and right here is the creek, which is the last of its tributaries before the confluence into the Columbia River, which we'll see next. Now off to location 2. Funny enough, we were here immediately after we bought our car, and that was about 5 years ago. This is an island in the middle of the river, and And we came from there 2 miles up the road where the Yakima River was. And now we're gonna move down this way to show you what happens right after here. This is the Yakima River Delta, and this is the last remnant of it, is an island. And this way is the much bigger Columbia River now. And this is the biggest river in the Northwest. In fact, to a large degree, it actually gives the Northwest its character. As long as you're on the Columbia, you know we're in the Northwest. And this river continues and divides the region between Washington State and Oregon, and we're soon going to go there. This river is so large that it even has a marina on it. I'm sure actually many marinas. And you can now see the full extent of the Columbia River here. It's very large.
Huge. Look, there's like a bridge out there. It's pretty cool.
This is the bridge we rode the jet ski under.
Oh, that time! We had so much fun, but then they told us later we were going too fast. We shouldn't have been going that fast, but it was fun.
The mission of the day one, was to escape. I didn't think or plan this too much. I actually, as we're driving, I keep on discovering things to show the audience, you guys. So that's what this day is like. From here on, it's gonna be us being wooed by what we've never seen, so it's gonna differ a bit. One more river stop, but not the last for the day actually, but it is the last in this city.
So this is part of the Sacagawea Heritage Trail or Park, and Sacagawea was a Native American who accompanied the Lewis and Clark expedition. So she was really valuable for making contact with and establishing rapport with the natives during that trip.
Yeah, and it's important that the park is right here because I'll show you why. This is the end of the Snake River, which is a very large and famous river. It runs for 2,000 miles. And that down there is the Columbia River, which is what the Snake River now converges with. And on that side, the Columbia River continues all the way to the Pacific Ocean. This is happening only just a few miles away where the Yakima River entered the Columbia. So we have in Tri-Cities, Washington, 3 big rivers joined together, and that's why this is an important place, and a big growing city is here. It's actually one of the most desired locations in Washington State to move to. Our 5-year-old Subaru Impreza. We in fact bought it brand new with the cash we made from our company with our photos and videos. Alright, we officially crossed into Oregon over the Columbia River just now, and it's an area called Umatilla, but we're on our 2nd state for the road trip already on day 1. So we're moving along quite nicely towards our stop for the night, which is a small Wild West town called Pendleton. It's our first hotel.
Looks pretty retro, like the Flintstones.
Let's check it out. Alright, we got the keys to room 123.
123.
Yes, easy. How much do you think we're paying to stay in Pendleton, Oregon?
How much are we paying? Let's see, 120?
It's $40.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Score.
Let's see what a $40 room in Pendleton gets you.
Smells like
smoke.
cigarettes.
Huh. Yeah, well, I guess that comes with the $40.
I guess it's not a non-smoking room, but hey, that's all right. One night we can deal with that.
Okay, this is a non-smoking room.
It doesn't smell like
It smells very much like cigarette.
Yes.
Wow, look at this relic. It's got the red button and everything. And this is the part of the world we're in, really, of the country too. So it's an old style, vintage stuff. There hasn't been much renewal here exactly. Most of Eastern Oregon, in fact, there is nothing going on. But this town in particular, and we'll explain in a bit, there is something going on.
Well, it's inevitable that on a trip you forget to bring things. So this trip started with me realizing I forgot to bring my big windbreaker jacket, which is going to be really essential when we get to colder areas. And then right now I realized I didn't bring my wallet.
Guess I'm paying for everything in the next 3 weeks.
First time ever! I've never done that on a trip. And I think about it and I'm like, usually you need a wallet to fly in an airplane. So usually that's where you realize it. But no, we got all the way to another state. Literally another state, just got to Oregon.
Yeah, this trip doesn't allow for backtracking, so...
Exactly! So, but I brought all the camera gear, which apparently was too much on my mind.
Yeah, so we'll have to see whether we can get into bars. That's the only thing I can think could be a problem.
This is when my youthful good looks work against me.
Yeah. Well, back to where we are. This is Pendleton, Oregon. and it's very much a cowboy themed town. We have to eat, but we also have limited daylight, so we have to see a bit of town. So that's what's our debate right now, but I think we're gonna walk a bit and then we can eat. All the cowboy hats are here. They're nice too. We have a classic scene of the Wild West here with a native chief, and he's staring down a cowboy right on the other side of the road.
The most photographed chief in America. That's what the plaque says.
That is the claim.
So last time we were here during the Pendleton Rodeo, but we came here not knowing that. But it was pretty full. We actually thought about going to see one of the rodeo events, but you know, that was a long trip of other things, so we decided to just come back.
Yeah, we didn't have any time, and now we do have about half a day here, plus some hours in the morning. One of the many rivers we've seen today. This one we're staying on pretty much. We are like 2-3 blocks away from it. So pretty crazy here. We just saw a very huge white bird, and it's in the middle of the desert. Yeah, there's the heron.
Let's go attacking it again.
Yeah, it is attacking. Well, they're fighting. So there's a heron fighting a pelican, and we don't have a zoom lens. I'm going through thorns to try to get a closer shot with my mid-range lens. I'm not making this up. There's a giant pelican in the middle of a desert city, and it's fighting with a heron. Well, I missed the pelican because I had no memory card, because I was emptying them diligently last night before the trip. So it moved down the river. I'll try to catch it there. Now I gotta get myself out of this. Oh, and there's deer droppings all over the place. Or elk maybe. So it took us embarrassingly long to find the river walk, but I think we finally did.
We're on the wrong side.
Yeah, on the wrong side. We didn't have our lens. We ran into pelicans fighting herons.
This is a cool mural though, look.
Yeah.
Dancer ducks. We got the kingfisher. We got some trout or salmon. I don't know which ones those are. Pelicans and the heron. I've learned all about birds.
And here we go, River Parkway. We are here, and it's long. It goes that way, all the way, and this way.
Goldfinch. Gotta find the goldfinch. Oh, and the flicker.
Looks like we have some words of wisdom here. When the white people were first observed by the Indian people, it created curiosity. They owned a great many ponies. They were friendly to us. Well, since we couldn't catch it, here's a depiction of what we just saw, almost. But these are two herons, and they're probably courting, and instead we saw a heron fighting a pelican.
Which would have been more cool, honestly, but hey, that's okay. Can't always get everything.
A long river walk. It's one of the main activities in town when the rodeo is not here. The other activity is whiskey bars.
Over 125 species of birds have been seen on the parkway.
That's crazy.
A lot.
So it's the Umatilla River,
Yeah.
which is the area we entered as soon as we got into Oregon. Right. We caught up to the pelican and we have the lens, so I'm gonna do this. I don't have my longest lens because it's heavy, but I can do with this. And here's how you do animals. You shoot first, so you make sure you get the shot, and then you start closing in and shooting, and then in case you scared him, you got something.
This pelican is so big. We saw some in Naples in Florida, but we haven't really seen them in the Northwest before. But you can't miss them when you see them. They are so huge, and they're like a bright white.
I got my shot here, so I'm gonna get off the path and go down there. It was pretty eventful actually. We got up and we went over the pass of the Cascades, and then we started tracking the Yakima River, and we went through its canyon, and we went through the whole Yakima Valley up until the point it flows into the Columbia River, And then we even took a peek at the Snake River.
But yeah, this is the first day of like 22 days I think that we had planned. So we're gonna be going for a long time, which is why we packed so much stuff, and it was easy to forget things along the way. But we brought all the important camera gear, and even saw and filmed pelicans today.
Steakhouse Saloon. It is a Wild West trip. Ooh. Social distancing, standing room unavailable. What a surprise. We thought there's nothing going on in this town. We come into this giant saloon and it's actually full, so we have to sit at the bar.
I'll be right with you guys in just a moment.
Thank you. If you ask me for the theme of this trip, this place is a huge win. I've actually never been to a saloon like this. Well, we're checking things off the list, and this whiskey is from here. Pendleton whiskey is pretty famous actually, and it's really delicious. Yeah, the food came and it's good. Yeah, it's very nice and warm after a whole day of getting tired out there. And it was actually a cold day. This is June, what's up with that? It's cold, but warm food. Yeah, right now, warm food and whiskey is really where it's at. The morning is good.
Yes.
But the night was not so good. If you remember, I was gloating how I booked a $40 hotel last night. Oops. Well, this was quite interesting actually, because we kept hearing really a lot of noise of people raging all night, like literally, and we didn't know why. And I kept thinking about it because I had lots of time to think since I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
What could be the case? And I could only explain this behavior with meth.
And to be fair, they were in good spirits. So it's not like we were. I mean, I was a little nervous. I was like, oh, I hope they don't start throwing punches or hear some gunshots or, you know, break into windows. But nothing like that happened. There was no violence from what we could tell. They were just honestly having a good time. It was just, it lasted all night long.
Yeah, literally until 7 o'clock it kept going. And I could only explain that with meth or some other drug like that. And then you Googled it.
There are some 1-star reviews, 0-star reviews, and people are like saying exactly what we went through. Like, oh, there's some shady characters around here, and there are some homeless people. And we were like, homeless? So then I started Googling it, and sure enough, this hotel started housing homeless people as of like March 19th.
Because of the pandemic. So such things have happened in the Northwest, at least, where they decided to prevent the spread. They'll house the homeless in hotels, and apparently they chose this one. I didn't know that when I was booking. The reviews overall were quite good, and what ended up happening is it kept us up all night. We were not at all in any kind of danger, truly.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it depends, I guess, on your comfort level.
Even if you book a hotel with good reviews that seems fine online, turns out it may have been given to the homeless, and they'll do meth all night and scream all night. So the good news is from here on it's all uphill, because I actually only booked a cheap hotel here. Super miserable. Terrible. Yeah, this is pretty soul crushing. This is a room in Boise at the Grove Hotel, where we had a significant upgrade after the night before in Pendleton, where we couldn't get any sleep. And much better, cleaner, nicer. King bed, nice ornate patterns. And we got the top floor, which is quite nice. We had a sunset view as well.
It's This is our first really nice hotel room that we've stayed in after the lockdown, and it looks and feels like a regular hotel. Don't think they did anything different with the check-in process other than the attendees wearing a mask. It just feels like staying in a normal hotel.
And we both miss our work assignments where we used to get put in these nice hotels with all their amenities, even desk where you can work or edit videos, whatever you want to do. And from here on we'll have it a little more comfortable than the first night. We've made it in downtown Boise, Idaho, right outside the capital, and we've actually been here for a few hours already.
This is my third trip to Boise. I've been here because my brother lived here, then I have friends from Idaho. So I've been to Boise, but it has developed quite a bit over the past few years.
I've never been to Boise before. So far I quite like it. It's not that big, but it's obviously growing. And it is a very tame, nice place for the moment. We met some friends, we had some drinks and food, and it feels like living normal life, honestly.
And there is a little bit of, you know, social distancing, some people wearing a mask.
Yeah, and I check all the stats diligently, and it had a lot to do with how I planned this trip. All of Idaho has something like 20 to 30 cases a day they're confirming. We feel comfortable here, and life has returned to normal here. Speaking of capitals, they are really good to tour in the USA. They're all made in the neoclassical architecture, and we have a full video on the one in Washington State on our other channel, Gemini Connect. Isn't this nice?
Sun, it's great. We're in a nice, clean, really big park.
Yeah, this is downtown Boise, which has a river and a very, very long river walk. So it's nice. We're quite tired because we couldn't sleep last night. Yeah, so we'll crash early tonight, but tomorrow we have lots of activities again. We're in downtown Boise looking for breakfast on Capitol Street, right up against the Capitol itself, right there. But it's nice to be in a downtown where things are open and you can do what you do in cities. Amsterdam Lounge, feels like I was just there a year ago. Looks like a nice food strip, and there are actually multiple ones here in Boise, but they have nice stone architecture. Here we go, coffee and bagels. A bagel sandwich with pastrami.
Pastrami?
Yeah, looks huge. And we got coffee, we're ready for the day. We have fuel.
So guess how much this bagel costs, this bagel sandwich? It was like a fraction of the price of what you would get in Seattle.
Yeah, here you get a breakfast for $5-6 a person. The last place we ate in Pendleton, we got breakfast for 2 plus coffee for $10, and it was good. And here it's about 12 for that. It's a nice quiet morning in Boise, Idaho, and we're going to enjoy our coffees while looking through an alley full of graffiti.
So this is Freak Alley Gallery.
Isn't this the cleanest graffiti alley you've ever seen? This one is cool because the nature here is well represented. I don't know if I want to enter this doorway. It looks like a shithole.
But yes, this is the cleanest graffiti alley I think we've ever seen. There's a really famous one in Toronto, which is cool, but it's also kind of gross. It's not as clean.
In the graffiti alleys of the world, you'll be standing in a puddle of piss right now, but here it's actually quite clean. And that's a really prominent thing that you keep seeing in Idaho. They keep the place very clean everywhere we've been. This art reminds me of the stuff they have in Juxtapose magazine. Here it gets a little morbid. I think is the biggest mural so far. Yeah, altogether the biggest. This is actually the back door of West Elm. Here should sit the king of chaos, so maybe you should hold the camera. Here's some kind of Batman, Breaking Bad fusion. Obviously people here, or artists who came to draw here, do mushrooms. This is cool though when they stick mirrors. It's shiny. Can't even delve into the details of everything. It's the king and the unicorn from Alice, or the British heraldic symbols. And a cool one here of Jimi Hendrix made of mirrors. This one is pretty cool. Somehow we find ourselves in the old Idaho Penitentiary.
That's right. We didn't even expect to come here, but it's pretty cool. It's abandoned, or it's not housing prisoners currently. So it's more of like an attraction, and you can come in and just see the inside, which I love. I have an obsession with prison movies, so I'm pretty excited.
You can live out your prison fantasy now. I prefer those movies where they globetrot and like Indiana Jones and so on. Very different from prisoner movies. We're exploring a jail. I'm already feeling oppressed because the ceiling is low. Yeah, this is pretty soul crushing. It's like one little room.
Ooh, yeah.
A bed and a chair. Or a toilet, that's not a chair. I guess the toilet doubles as a chair when you don't want to lie down anymore.
Wow, yeah, that's like no space at all.
I don't think I've ever been in a prison before, actually. Maybe once in California.
Have you been to Alcatraz?
No, I haven't. This one is bigger. Oh, but they have 4 prisoners in here. That's even worse. But I guess it's more communal this way. Except the bathroom part would suck if you have 4 people next to you.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Just for a robbery, they look into here. Well, there are a lot of cells waiting for Antifa here. It definitely feels like a movie. I found a rapist. His name was Donald.
It does feel like a movie, but a very bad movie. It would suck. It would be great to film a movie in here. Yeah, it's like a set.
So this is solitary confinement, maybe? Or something more hardcore over here. Oh yeah, oh man. Oh wow. This is your only outlet to the world. Oh, this one cell is open here. So if the waste bucket is in the ventilation, it looks super miserable. Terrible. I already know I really wouldn't like prison, so I don't think I'm going here. Oh no, are you staying there?
No, I'm not staying here.
It's not small either, look, it goes
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
way up there.
What's to make you not want to commit a crime?
Let's find out what a maximum security penitentiary from the 50s looked like. These are all the weapons they confiscated.
Oh, in prison?
Yeah. It
I
is.
swear that's like more scary than actually dealing with police. Like there's no law in here, right? Sorta?
There is a law, but they may not care to enforce it because
Exactly,
it's less
yeah.
people to deal
I've
with.
seen enough prison movies to know.
Someone escaped from this one. Oh no, it's the hallway. Oh, interesting. First time I'm seeing a prison. Pretty depressing, but that's the purpose of it. Pretty much makes you willing to not commit crimes. This is the friendly, inviting looking hospital door. What is a dumb waiter? Maybe the food shows up through here. I don't know. Death row, I do know what is. So you observe that in maximum penitentiary or maximum security is private and you have more space.
Yes, but if you, there's a sign that also says though that you are confined to that cell 23 hours a day. You're allowed 1 hour outside, but you're by yourself. So you would just kind of go crazy that way yourself.
Yeah. So check out death row.
Oh Jesus, right here?
Yeah, and
That's terrible.
once you go in death row, you have radio,
Oh wow.
you have TV. So it's like you're moving up in the world. Maximum gets your private room, and then death row gets your TV.
But what's after death row?
I think I'll show you over there.
Oh no, keeps going.
Witness room, drop room. You see the movies, but seeing it live is different. This is what was after death row. And they have the drop right there. So it went from hanging to lethal injection in 78.
Oh, or you could, oh, they removed death by firing squad.
That's the most honorable way to go. Either that or beheading. Beheading is pretty honorable. It's the noble way to go. They captured one of my people. Jurku. This looks pretty old school, characteristic, 1901. And now I know what drop room means, because they pull that lever and they drop into this room down here. Yeah, pretty much. You see the opening up there. Being outside feels much nicer now after this tour. Jeez. This is the laundry room where the prisoners did laundry as part of their labor duties.
For the Air Force Base, they said. So they did it for some of the military nearby.
So I guess this is what it took back then to do laundry for the army. This is a pretty serious washing machine right here. Here the mismatched socks. It's an age-old problem used for laundering sheets. Not quite from Germany or Poland, but yeah. This looks promising. Of course. They have the face of the penitentiary here.
Face of the penitentiary?
Vastly more men, but that's who commits more crime too. Oh, the women are catching up.
They're catching up. Oh no.
Equality, right? 97% were eventually released though. And of course, there was a prisoner from Bulgaria here.
Look, no Koreans.
I like the Italian guy's haircut the most. China is well represented. So just about the only nice thing here is that the prisoners got to work on the rose garden, so that was their little outlet. And it's still here. Are you depressed enough already?
No, I'm not depressed. From a photography perspective, it's just like, yeah, I could shoot all day here. There's like endless compositions. And if you're doing a video here, even more so.
I'm depressed enough, so I'm thinking of heading to the exit. So the bishop right next to the prison in a very awesome house. And that's the warden's house, so he also was living it up right next to the prison while everyone else was inside, caged. Just like that, we're out of the woods and we're back in Boise, and this is the only place we're actually returning to on this whole trip other than Seattle, our hometown. And this is the street with the life that we didn't film last time because we're just hanging out.
Yeah, and it happens to, well, it's not really a weekend, right? It's a Thursday, but it feels kind of like a weekend, at least on the sunny side of the street, literally, because that's where everyone is sitting outside.
And we're on vacation, so it is a weekend for us, a long 3-week weekend. We're meeting some friends soon and going into this bar straight there, but we have a few minutes to walk around. Boise is interesting. It's a small town, kind of big, kind of small, in the middle. And it's really isolated. You have to drive many hours to get to any other city. Standing on top of Boise, Idaho.
So there's a really big cross when you come into town, and you can actually hike up to it. There's several trails to get up here, and you know, a lot of people are doing it. Relatively easy to do, but you get this stunning view of downtown Boise.
And it's the highest hill in town, and right now it's 4th of July weekend, the day off, and many people have come here this morning. This was our last stop in Boise at Bitter Root restaurant.
Bitter Root? Wild Root.
Wild Root.
Wild Root restaurant. Super healthy. It was really, really good. We had like zoodles with bone broth and salmon, and it's just nice. It just goes along with that healthy lifestyle. You just feel so good on the inside, especially after our hike this morning. Yeah, and we did not film much in Boise because we mostly hung out with friends and just dine out and stuff, but we really, really like this place. It's a really, really good medium-sized American city where everything is healthy and normal and clean. so clean. We haven't seen like any trash anywhere. It just feels normal. And maybe it's hard to say with the lockdown and quarantine how everything, is in other places, but even a few weeks after lockdown, it has gone back to normal here largely.
We're at the park for watching birds of prey on the Snake River near Boise, Idaho.
So we descended down into like this canyon, and it's really cool. It feels kind of like the gorge, but it's very different. And when you look up, you can kind of see where there used to be like water levels at one point. So it's really crazy to think that at some time in history, this was all water down here.
It was during the Ice Age. A lot of these canyons in the northwest were carved out, even in the southwest, during the Ice Age, and we'll be seeing many of them. This is one of the main ones that we see first, the canyon of the Snake River.
And we came down here, and we're gonna see what we can find. So far we see a lot of red-winged blackbirds, which we've seen plenty of. So hopefully we see other kinds of birds too.
Oh, I saw a fish jump.
Yeah, they're jumping really fast.
So this is the river riparian habitat, which attracts birds mostly because of the fish, but also the insects. The canyon walls are said to host a lot of raptors. We'll step out in the open space now and look for birds that prefer that kind of habitat. You can't even see the river from this point of view, just the canyon is vast, and all these boulders came here during the Ice Age.
Likes that same branch.
Yeah, birds are very territorial.
We're feeling pretty Jurassic Park now. It's like we're in our car, we're looking out the window, we're trying to find dinosaurs.
Raptors at least.
Raptors, yes.
We're driving down a 4.5 mile road along the Snake River inside the bird of prey habitat, and it's really nice. It's really beautiful. Even if you don't see birds, which you do all the time, it's just a nice environment that calms you down and inspires you. We reached the end of the road and we are going to do a little hike along the side of the canyon and see what we see there. Things live in here. They've been stashing grass and sort of nesting. Susie's gonna cover the wide shot here in this pretty valley, and I'm gonna climb up there and see what is on the canyon wall itself and see how this goes. It looks steep, but not terribly steep. Hiking off trail with a lot of boulders, so the rule is always have at least one hand free to stop your fall if you trip. Wow, there's a mosquito on my GoPro. Nasty. And you have to keep your eyes open because snakes love this type of habitat with rocks. And this is the Snake River after all. Susie is a little dot down there now. It looks like ravens live on the very top there in those rocks and cracks. It was very difficult, but I filmed a bit of the ravens. And how can you tell ravens from crows? They look very much alike, but ravens like to nest high and more remote places, and they're always in pairs, and I think they're lifelong pairs. and they soar unlike crows. Okay, I got what I had to, or what I can in this area, and I'm gonna descend because we have a lot more to do today. So my descent is looking like this. So I'm gonna try to film my descent actually first person view. It's about pathfinding as well. You wanna find the path of least resistance. And that's what rivers do, by the way. Water does that very well. So we wanna do the same, but for a human body. So you have to look out as well to map out future like paths. And here in just a few minutes I reconnect to this little trail. So I'm basically done. I came from up there. Very beautiful area, which Susie has been photographing and videotaping extensively. It's quite the boulder hanging over our heads here. Did you take some landscape masterpieces?
I did. I found
What is
our
that?
buddy.
Oh, elk or deer? Antelope?
deer.
Oh, in the water. That's cool.
Deer. It was down there. I thought it was a fisherman, and then I was like, wait, no, it's moving. It's fording the river.
Oh,
I think it's a
nice. Very cool. This is the trail. Let's see where it takes us. Towards the edge of the canyon, it looks like. Do you see here has the biggest concentration of raptors in the world, so they preserved it. Right here, we're on the very edge of the canyon we just were in. In these holes, and that's where the birds are after.
Ground squirrels.
How do you feel?
Calm and peaceful. It's nice.
And it's so inspiring to walk on the edge of this great canyon. Many animals here.
So yeah, that's the nice thing about escaping to nature. And one of the reasons why we like living in Seattle is that we have nature really close by. And when you get into nature, you forget about everything.
Yeah, this is part of the big idea behind this trip, is to turn our back on all the problems in the cities and go reconnect with nature and be calm and inspired, and even in the same time productive, making our movies.
Yeah, when you're in nature, you just forget about all these problems that really only exist in human worlds, and in some cases in human minds. And you just kind of get down to survival of the fittest. Things that are just important actually important, I guess.
That's right. And what's happening in the city is important, but it's also important that someone goes out and captures the beauty and inspires others, because the problems are not as pervasive as you may think. As long as you get out of the city 20-30 minutes away and nature keeps going as it always has.
to just bird from the car. And yeah, we're like by a cow, I don't know what it's called, cow farm. It smells awful. Oh, it's so bad. Okay, I didn't think it's gonna smell that bad. Well, yeah, we're just birding from the car because now it's windy and the rain is coming in. But yeah,
we got a lot of good shots actually. There are many raptors, more so in the fields than at the canyon, so we had to come up here to get them, and we got some in flight and some hanging.
it's about that time of day where we need a second coffee.
Yeah, we're slowly driving through the farmlands of Idaho and on our way to Twin Falls, but we haven't yet merged with the main road yet. And this is Kuna, Idaho, and my only point of reference for this part of the world is Napoleon Dynamite.
Cows! You're on a big pile. Ooh, cow butts. Yeah, it's like heavy agriculture. Like everywhere around us is being cultivated. But yeah, I agree. Napoleon Dynamite is like, yeah, the only big mainstream cultural reference I can think of that really encapsulates Idaho. Whether that's accurate or not, I don't know. You'd have to ask someone that's from here. That was a long drive. And we finally made it to the next destination. What do you think?
I love it. It's such a cool canyon. We drove along the Snake River just now, so we started at the Birds of Prey on the Snake River, and we came here too on the Snake River. And this is famous, I guess, because some guy tried to jump it.
So yeah, one of my best friends from college is from this town, so I came here right after graduation. We did this long road trip and we ended up coming here. And of course we stopped in this at this famous bridge, and actually while we were here, two guys base jumped like right off the bridge. So people do that, seem to survive okay.
Okay.
Yep, there we go, there we go, someone just did it. Yep. Exactly, yeah, people do that. I didn't even see him.
Yeah, you did this the second you said it.
Yeah, yep. Honey, we've made it.
What a great waterfall behind us. We just took a glimpse, but first we're going to eat and then enjoy everything else.
Yes, but this is the crown jewel of Twin Falls. This is Shoshone Falls behind us.
We have a bag of sandwiches and we're gonna have a little picnic here, enjoy, and then we have a few hours to shoot, so we're not in a rush. Excellent.
Yeah.
Old
Yes.
trapper.
Number one.
Disinfect ourselves after everything we've been plowing through.
Alright, what goodies do we have? We have $2 sandwiches.
Pretzel bread.
Deal.
This would cost you $6-7 in Seattle.
Deal, at least. Yeah. Sandwiches, and we've got pepper jerky and wasabi. Well, so we are officially, what do you say, 800 miles in? Wow. That's far. And we're on day 3? 2? 3, yes. Gosh. It's so hard to keep track of time. Especially when we had that one sleepless night. Yeah, it feels like Idaho's one of those like hidden secrets that is now being, you know, more people know about it. It's still kind of like if you know, you know, but there's more people that have caught on to it.
Have you ever seen a marmot on a GoPro wide angle?
Watch out, it might run at you.
Hey buddy.
He's fearless.
And it's not just one. GoPro marmot.
You're fearless. Oh my god, there's like 3.
Market rush.
He wants beef jerky.
It was something. It's pretty close. Wow.
Is that cool or what? That's our first treat, and the second the sun is coming out. So things are picking up over here at Shoshone Falls. These marmots are ballers because they live right here. And there it is running down the cliffs. And this is their view. Cool cliffs on this side. They're gray, they're not reddish like the rest of the canyon.
There is a little waterfall, kind of a big waterfall actually, around here.
Ever since we came into this town, I keep seeing waterfalls into the canyon. There are so many of them.
A lot of waterfalls.
And here's the main attraction, and that's really not the whole of it.
We've been shooting a lot with wide and mid-range shots, which is the logical thing to do with a waterfall of this size because it's really, really big and you want to get everything in the frame. But went ahead and put the zoom lenses on our cameras and started shooting with that too. And you may not think of it right off the bat, but zooming in and just experiencing those waterfalls up close like that, it's like, I don't know, it's like opening up another world. It's mesmerizing and really, really cool.
zoom in, you see it's like a wonderland, and then you can recreate the shot even that was beyond your senses, because my eyes cannot zoom that fast. So I can immerse myself into it and then recreate it in playback on a big 65-inch TV. Pretty awesome and amazing. Isn't this the coolest thing?
It's gonna be chilly down there. Let's do it.
It's that king of the world feeling.
A little scary, but it's pretty cool.
It is pretty. Wow, these waterfalls were so cool. Over there on the platform where it's all you and the waterfall pretty much in your vision, was one of the coolest moments in our life, I think.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's really crazy just to be that close to such a huge waterfall. So like a real actual force of nature. And I think spending more time shooting it, you appreciate it more.
Yeah, and there were these birds that turned out to be pigeons that are perching right on it, and then they fly in front of it in the most scenic way you can imagine. So like we took some of the coolest shots in our lives right now.
The birds here were amazing.
time, and we're in the Hilton.
Yeah, huge. This is nice. Nice job.
There's this otherworldly vibe to Utah. It's like you're exploring another planet.
Yes, I found an antelope. Good morning, we are already on the road.
That's right, we spent some nice time in Twin Falls. We actually like that a lot, especially the waterfalls. But right now we're doing the stretch from Twin Falls to Salt Lake City. I tried so hard to find something in between the two that I want to stop at, and I couldn't.
That we entered into the state of Utah, and Utah is supposed to be one of the driest states in all of the US, and right now it's pouring rain. It feels and looks like we're back in Seattle.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the second driest state of all, and this is a downpour. Like, everything is gray, and I'm battling semi-trucks in like a water slide environment.
Just arrived in Salt Lake City, and we're already at the temple complex here, the center of the Mormon religion.
But I think that we're able to take a tour, so we're gonna hopefully get on that tour.
The virus has been on an upswing here, unfortunately, in recent weeks, so we have to be really careful while we're in Utah. Currently it appears there's a huge construction project going on at the temple here in Salt Lake City. So it's kind of obstructed, and I don't know if it's a brand new building or they're remodeling or what, but down here is a full-on construction.
All right, so because of the COVID virus, we could not do a tour of the Mormon temples, so we decided to just leave Salt Lake City.
Yeah, downtown at least, and now we're kind of in the suburbs, but on the mountainside, on the slopes, in a really nice cottage here.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's charming.
It's very charming.
It's kind of vintage 70s or something.
I like it.
And mountain style at the same time.
And a little hippie style.
We'll try to work out the record player soon.
Ooh, got some Neil Young. It's very cute.
Wow, these are all the cute ones I've ever seen.
Wow, they're so old they're framed. We're in Art Cottage at the historic Baldwin Radio Factory. That's quite cool. Here we got a kitchen.
Mm-hmm. A full kitchen. Yeah, the shower's in the kitchen. I've never seen that before.
I have actually. I couch surfed in Austria, and yeah, the shower was in the kitchen. It was the oddest thing ever.
It's like, honey, would you like some sausage? This is even weirder. The toilet is in the fucking kitchen.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, actually, I saw it and I was like, oh, toilet. I didn't even make the connection that. Oh, and that means we don't even have a full like door.
No, that's...
You have a curtain.
That's not weird. That's messed up. I don't think I'll be using the kitchen. Is this what they were doing in the 70s? During the summer of love?
Summer of love, right? We just do everything together. Yeah, that's odd. That is odd. Very cute. Few minutes away from Salt Lake City, and we ended up in Antelope Island.
Yeah, it's not a few minutes, they tell you wrong when you look this up, but the truth is that it's an amazing place right on the Great Salt Lake, and it's off the city, and it's a wonderland, and there's so many animals here. We already saw a bunch just entering, and we are seriously equipped. We have the big zoom, another zoom,
and we pulled out the backup camera because we realized we both are using zooms, and then we often are like, oh shoot, now we need a wide. So we have the X Pro 2 with the mid-range, and hopefully that can cover our wide landscape shots. If you fly into Salt Lake City, you'll probably see this from the air. It's just like amazing like landscapes, like just things you've never seen before. It looks like Mars. And so it's really cool to now be on the ground and be able to explore it in person, and hopefully find some antelope. really windy up here, but we drove from down at the beach and there's like this hill up top and it gives you, oh, look at that. Look at that line of light coming through. That's like the sun. This is such an amazing place. Like stunning everywhere you look. We pulled over because right after the beach area where a lot of people swim, we spotted some buffalo. There's 4 and they have like this stunning backdrop behind them. What's behind the fence?
It says entering backcountry.
Oh.
I guess hiking.
Equestrians. You can even bring a horse back here. That's pretty sweet. Hi. They're shedding a bit.
It's summer. Buffalo crossing is no joke and it's a baby. So hopefully that means the mother doesn't rush her car.
Wow. With the city behind them?
Yeah.
Man, that's stunning. Howdy. I thought I'd look the part a little bit better. And I even found my bandana that has a bison on it. I didn't even know we were going to find bison on this trip, but I just thought the bandana was cool.
Multi-camera action here, wides and zooms, all kinds of stuff. They're right here, like 5, 7, 10 meters away, I don't know. So that's right, I'm like tying myself into pretzels to get the angles. I have the extender, so I'm like at 1200. So it's really easy to shake, but I'm propping on the car, so getting hit by allergies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of grass. If you're allergic to grass, like both of us seem to be, it's not very fun. off-roading area. I kept looking for antelope. We're like, we gotta see an antelope before we leave. And right as we got like off this or onto this paved or unpaved road, we saw an antelope. It like ran in front of the car. So Martin's tracking it now with that extender in the 100 to 400.
It's waiting in the grass right now, but I gotta look.
Sure what I was looking for. I was like, I think it's kind of like a deer, just different, maybe a little skinnier or something, because I think they're supposed to be fast. stays open till 10. But some people might think that that's too late in the day to start exploring a park, but it's actually really great, especially if you're looking for wildlife, because that's when they're gonna start to come out, is towards the end of the day when it's not so hot. So you're gonna get better shots, and the weather will sometimes cooperate with you. It was actually raining a bit, but that ends up being not so bad because we have this stunning rainbow that we've been watching for like the last hour or so. And there's some amazing compositions with it.
Yeah, and also this is golden hour. That's why it's good. The start and the end of the day are really where it's at when it comes to light.
So yeah, and it's not very crowded. Most people come like in the middle of the day or at like 11 o'clock, and it's gonna be too bright, too hot for humans, too hot for animals. So yeah, towards the end of the day or first thing in the morning are the best times of day. Well, because I really want to get close to the water, we're gonna see how close we can get. We're like the only people gonna be on this beach, and it's windy and it's cold and it might even rain on us, but we're gonna do it because why not? We're here. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. Going down there somewhere. Ooh, sand. This grass is quite cool though. It's neat. Utah beaches. Let's go see what this is like.
This is a fair point actually, because Utah is a very dry state with very little water bodies, but here's one.
Yeah.
So this is the beach of Utah.
The sun just went away. It's hiding behind these clouds.
That's how you know we're about it.
It's a lot of salt, geez.
Hold it tight.
It's hard.
Wow, it's really hard.
It's like a rock. It is like a rock, but yeah, you're
It's
right.
salt, yeah, it shows. So yeah, we're walking on salt now. Maybe that's why the Mormons thought it's the promised land, because it's like the Dead Sea. It's the Dead Sea of North America. There's this otherworldly vibe to Utah.
There's some birds over there.
Seagulls. That's the reminder that you're on Earth. There's seagulls.
Yes. Oh, someone did a giant circle.
Yeah, they're doing a ritual here. Yes. I'm going to suck in the energy from the vortex. It smells like rotten crab on the Salt Lake.
What if there must be fish in there or something? They're eating something.
Oh, here we go. This is pure salt. Oh, it's foam actually. The stuff is foaming up on the beach. I'm not gonna touch it. But yeah, despite this being a giant lake, and there's no takers for swimming because it's kind of grimy.
Not right now, but they have shower facilities, so we'll do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just does not smell good.
It does not smell good, and you know, we're from the Northwest, or like Washington. We have pristine lakes where you can see through, and I don't know, man.
Yeah, but
I
ours
wouldn't
are
do it.
cold, so we never swim there either.
This might be cold too, but
The best place is Hawaii.
that's true. Yes, that is also salty, but you know, not like this.
Not this salty, and it
Not like
smells a
this.
lot better.
Yes.
That's it.
It's the end of day 4.
Day 4.
Oh my god, how's it only been 4 days?
Well, but more importantly, it's been like 1,200 miles.
Holy
So we're
cow.
averaging like 300 miles a day.
We're doing so much that I can't remember like what we did yesterday. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, we went to the waterfall, but we also went to the canyon, and then we saw the bridge. That was all in one day. And that was yesterday.
Yes. And today we did so much more.
Yeah. Oh
yeah,
man.
we went all the way from Idaho to Salt Lake City. We checked out downtown, and then we went on a safari, really.
Yeah, we found bison and antelope. They call them the pronghorns, but antelope sounds cooler. So yeah, really, really awesome day. Your first time in Utah. There's so much more to come. We haven't even been to the famous national parks yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is gonna be good. All right, it's time to review a little bit of footage and turn in. It's like 9 o'clock.
Really? Wow, das doesn't fit. frequent switchbacks, high altitude, very dusty and dry.
No water.
No water. Oops. Well, we're not quite hungry, so we're getting our drive-through coffee, which has been, thank you, kind of the move during the pandemic. And we really have to watch it because I think Utah has about half the population of Seattle. I mean, of Washington. I have to check that, but it has about the same number of cases right now.
That was the nice thing about going to Antelope Island yesterday versus being in Salt Lake City, like downtown. When you're downtown, there's a lot more surfaces you can touch. You come into contact with a lot more people. And in Antelope Island, I don't think we got close to anybody. Even though we saw people at a distance, it's very easy to stay apart from people. So go to nature, the less trafficked parts of nature.
Well, we changed terrain already completely and now we're on another planet.
That's right, we're here by the Dixie National Forest. We're heading towards Bryce Canyon and the terrain has changed dramatically.
It's amazing. I've only seen this place on pictures for over 10 years. Ever since I became a photographer, I wanted to come here and it's happening. So live out your dreams while you can. Well, we have arrived in Bryce Canyon, and Bryce Canyon is A, in Utah, B, very popular. So we're masked again.
Yeah, since there's still that spike in cases, we don't want to be the two people that end up getting it. So once we get out into the trails, we'll probably be more distance, but in this particular visitor center, it's pretty crowded, so we're staying safe.
Yeah, you can see here many people approaching. The parking lot is full, and this is just the visitor center. There's probably thousands of people around here. Bryce Canyon. I like that they put out information outside, so you don't have to go inside actually. So we're here now. Lodge is here.
Okay.
Nice. I like your distancing approach here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good, huh?
That's nice.
People wait.
Get out.
Hi.
I'm going to have you pause for like 1 minute.
Okay.
Simply because I think we're headed here. And the restrooms are closed.
Oh, really?
It's making it more crowded.
Okay.
They're spacing us out here, so they're taking caution. Taking our first few steps on the trails in Bryce Canyon. It's hot. Yeah, I booked the lodge because normally the lodge is where it's at. They choose them very, very well in national parks.
That's true, yeah.
And we're in the Sunset Lodge, which would mean we're over there somewhere. And here we go. Wow. This is something else.
No barrier.
No.
Be very careful. But wow, that's incredible.
And it looks very crumbly.
Yeah, it does. I wouldn't get too close to the edge here. I like how this lodge is situated because you don't know what the view that you're getting. So it's kind of a big surprise if you don't know. Like you go from the lodge, you're like, whoa, you're like right there. That's incredible.
This is right off the edge in Bryce Canyon.
And what's really cool about this trail, or this whole canyon, is that it lines the whole thing. So based on where you are, the view keeps changing. So it's like you should walk the entire thing. You get different viewpoints. is like otherworldly. Like, what does that?
I think it's termites that ate all this earth over millions of years.
Termites. Okay.
Yes.
You should tell the ranger that. Like, this must be massive termites down here.
In case you can't tell by the panting, we're at the highest point of Bryce Canyon.
Just to catch my breath.
It's the oxygen. We're not that out of shape, I promise. Living it up, 2020, best year ever. We're now ready for some proper hiking. It's about 5 o'clock. The light has gotten much better, softer, and not as overhead. So we have favorable conditions for photography, and it's not as hot to walk through this. And we're descending in the canyon proper. This is the Queen's Garden Trail.
It's also not as crowded, so we can stop all we want and take little shots along the way. So strangely enough, starting at the end of the day has been working out for us really well on this trip so far.
So Susie is a hiker.
Look, I got my sticks and these fold, so these are super easy to travel with. And also my camera is ready at hand in case I want to stop and shoot something. And my phone is right here, so ready to go.
And this is where we are, Bryce Canyon, descending.
How you doing?
Good. How is it?
Really great.
Nice.
You're calling the GoPro too.
Yeah. These are the views you get as you're hiking.
Incredible. You don't even have to go far on this trail for it to just start being like, wow.
Yeah, at the rim already, the trailhead is superb.
Right. Look at how easy this is.
Nice.
This is incredible. This reminds me sort of like being on Maui, because when we hiked Haleakala too, you kind of get like that Mars vibe, but still different. Like, this terrain is just like unlike anything I've ever seen. It's so cool.
These shapes don't resemble anything else really. Maybe a whole world made of Play-Doh. Here we're coming up on an expanse, so you can get a feel. It's big. We have descended down a lot, and now we're actually going through the rock formations, which is awesome. And I'm by myself because Susie is doing the video shot of me going through here. There, I'm about to pass through one of the rocks. So cool. All right, it's like you got born again.
Wow, this rock is so neat.
Part of what's a little scary here is that it's unstable land. You can see it cracking here, and people have actually been building it up. And then right here is a hole right through it. So, I mean, the reason it looks like that is because it's highly erosive land or rock. And see right here, the trail has collapsed and they have had to rebuild it. But the reward of hiking it is this incredible landscape. I've never seen anything like this before.
The chipmunk posed for me. Was eating a berry or something.
Going through the arches is my favorite part so far. Pure orange, it looks like cheddar cheese. Now it looks like over our heads is, I don't know. I mean, you're at the loss for words here.
Like, I've just never seen anything like this before. Like, I don't know. I'm used to the rainforest and the glacial mountains, and I don't know. It's just, it reminds me, I guess, of lava. Like, but not really.
Not even, yeah.
It's like its own thing.
This is something, yeah. This is.
I don't know. Yeah, it's the Southwest. There we go. That's about as descriptive as I can get here.
Yeah, I just came up with the only analogy I can make is like a whole landscape made of chalk, because it actually does stain and does crumble and it erodes very quickly like chalk does. It tells you in the booklet to combine these two trails, so you go to Queen's Garden first, and then you come out the Navajo Loop, which makes you emerge at Sunset Point, which we're actually timing with sunset. Well, we made it to the end of the Queen's Garden Trail. You see how this rock resembles a statue of a queen, and the rock is right up there.
So that is the Queen Victoria Hoodoo, which was named for a statue in London. Wow.
Getting tight.
It's really, really cool. It's like every turn, it's like something different. You don't know what's around the corner.
Perhaps the coolest bench of all. There we go. Have a little rest here.
Ooh, I like it. It's nice and shady.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday was smelly and salty and really pretty, but yeah, just different. Not this dry for sure.
And lots of animals. So if you're curious, watch the last episode, Antelope Island. It was incredible.
Very different from here, but also really cool in its own way. And we were there yesterday, so you could go from there to here.
Yeah, there is so much to do in Utah, and so much. We have to do another whole Utah trip. So we're trying to decipher this washed out sign, and we're thinking of extending our hike. We started out for a 3-mile hike, but it's been easy, so we want to extend it. This is the Peekaboo Trail. We're still trying to find out what is to peek. This pillar is pretty cool though. Isn't that the symbol of the park?
That's pretty cool.
Wow, this view right here justifies the whole thing. Wow.
This trail was worth it. We are doubling our hike. We initially were like, oh, let's do a 3-mile, but this Peekaboo Trail adds another 3 miles, so we're doing 6 miles round trip, which is actually no problem for us. We don't mind doing it. And it turns out we still have a lot of daylight left.
Horses go through here, amazing.
Wow, yeah.
We're struggling a bit now. It's been a long day and it's adding up, the mileage.
And we didn't bring water, which was the biggest mistake ever.
This is the only little trace of water we've seen in this canyon. It isn't much. And we gotta rush because we need to catch the sunset.
Yeah.
So it's not easy. If you think this is all fun and games and pretty pictures,
it's hard.
we work hard for this. So we recommend this trail. We just started late and we're already tired. It's really, really good. When do you ever get to hike this type of terrain? Never, unless you come here, because it's unique. One of a kind in the world. Only in Utah. Stunning scenery, simply stunning. This might be the coolest part yet, and they're all so distinctly different. Yeah, this is where it's at. Wow. Stunning, stunning. From the top, these formations here look the coolest and most mysterious, and now we're walking through them. Very, very cool. So a word of caution if you're doing this Peekaboo loop here is that it starts where it's flat and you get misled that it's a flat hike. It is not. So it's like up and up now and it keeps going. It's not what we thought. So now it's become much harder than we thought. We still have to actually exit the canyon afterward.
Yeah, this may have been a mistake, but whatever. We're gonna keep going.
It may have been a mistake. Yes, that's how hiking goes. You have to be able to do what you commit to. Otherwise you're stranded and tired and starving. But the worst case scenario for us is that we miss sunset, but we also have the sunrise here. So we're gonna be okay. Yeah, this is like switchbacks here.
It's actually hard.
But it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Whew, frequent switchbacks, high altitude, very dusty and dry.
No water.
No water. Oops. But hey, here we go. Whew. All right, let's. Now it's downhill.
It's been downhill, then it's been uphill, then it's been downhill.
Yeah, you get your hopes up, and then
Oh my god.
it makes you work.
Switchbacks are kind of insane.
This is our vacation.
Oh yeah, that's true. We're on vacation technically.
Yeah, so 4 hours of driving since 8 o'clock. And then what now? How many hours? It's gonna be 9 miles of hiking by the end.
Yeah, we had done 2. Went to the room, chilled out, and then we're like, hey, let's go do 3 more. 3 is turning into 6
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah. Oh boy. These shoes were new when I started the trip pretty much. Just a little usage. Now, even my legs are getting a frosty. We may not be making it for sunset, but it's okay. But we may. We're trying to power through. It's just really dusty and turned out longer than we thought, and lots of elevation. And we have a bit of an issue because that's the rim where we have to be for sunset, and there's only 1 hour and the sun is going down right here. But we'll see. We're still fighting. You win some, you lose some. There is a glimmer of hope because the trail is there and it looks like it goes up, and maybe that's our path, unless it winds down that way a bunch. We're not far off. We're close now to the exit. It might be okay. Wow, finally done with this loop. These 3 miles are more than 3 miles when you add the elevation. It was hard. One last push remains. 0.6 miles straight up, and we're on the rim. Here there's some natural rock bridges, 2 of them. Very cool, very cool. Final stretch. Very tired. We just have to go up there where these people are working. Right on the edge. Serious hiking is not a joke. You can take it easy, but we chose to extend it and we overdid it. I'm struggling hiking and I have hard time, like pain and no energy, and I don't know if I can do it. I just imagine I'm a robot and I'm made of steel and try to not have pain, like mind over matter. Imagine it away and try to squeeze out a little bit of more performance and not give up. These are the switchbacks we've been climbing for the last 20 minutes. Whew. That's why I'm panting so hard. Oh, another incredible view. Right before the edge of the canyon. You can see how we're almost level with it up at the top there. Stepping out of the canyon right as the sunset is happening. Here's the top, right there. Right here.
Yes.
You did it.
I'm right at the end.
These are the crazy switchbacks. Very, very cool. It goes all the way down like a snake. And where we were earlier was way out there. Way out there. You made it. I'm proud of us. Oop, let's see what we have here. There we go. Oh. That's a little view, easy view. If you want to get a canyon feel without going down all the way. emerged victorious.
We made it.
We did.
Yes.
We kicked our asses.
But it was great. It was worth it.
We didn't even whine that much. So, what's your brilliant idea this time?
So we started going to bed, and then I went through the pamphlet for Bryce Canyon, and the first thing I saw when I opened it is that this is a great place for stargazing, especially the Milky Way. And I have a little obsession with the Milky Way and being able to photograph it. So I dragged us out of bed and we're gonna go see if we can shoot the Milky Way.
Yeah, we got the flashlight and we dressed up because it's kind of chilly.
It's a little chilly, but it is really dark, which is actually great for Milky Way and star viewing.
Yeah,
so,
let's see what we get.
Yep.
We did it again.
We got up at 5:40
Yeah.
for a 6:07 sunrise, and it's pretty great. It's cold, but it's not that bad actually. My 3 layers are fine.
Yeah, it's okay. It's beautiful to see the canyon get filled with light little by little. Yeah, we saw the sun come up. It was very nice. And now we're the only ones standing still. Everyone else got too cold, but we're doing a time lapse. We just went to the lodge to get breakfast, and they only give you to go here in the park system of the USA.
Yeah, and that's because of the COVID thing. Normally you could dine in, and I'm sure it's a really nice lodge, and it's very nice that they're still letting you do takeout so we can actually eat food.
We are very hungry after hiking our asses off.
And doing the Milky Way, and getting up for sunrise.
Yeah, we overdid it.
We're a little tired.
Today is gonna be a recovery day. It's part of the lodge. The sunset unit of the lodge.
Yes.
We're having our breakfast over here on the porch.
In the sun, which is nice, because it was cold.
Now it's gonna get hot. Pancakes and eggs and sausage, and toast and sausage and eggs and coffee. All we need. Zion, yeah, we got us hiking today. We're getting Zion, private Zion experiences. Even money can't buy that normally. It's been a while since our last check-in. It's been a rampage actually since we woke up in Bryce Canyon and filmed the sunrise.
That's right. Since then, let's see, we had breakfast. I think we filmed a little bit about breakfast, and then we drove. We came to Zion.
Yeah, this is Zion National Park, one of the most popular, most beautiful, amazing parks in the USA and really the world. However, it's extremely packed with people. Even now when there's a pandemic, it's so crowded and logistically difficult. On top of that, we didn't sleep much last night, so we had to go down the road and sleep in a room midday, and it was also very hot.
So our hotel is actually in St. George, which is a city, like a suburban town slash city. It's a little bit out, it's maybe 40-minute drive away from Zion, and it was intended to be our base.
Well, they tell you 40 minutes, but it really is more like over an hour.
So when we first got to Zion, it was about 12 noon, and the light was actually really bright and washed out, and the crowds. There was just, we couldn't find parking anywhere anyway, so we just decided to leave, go to St. George, take a nap, and then we came back. It's now 7.
It's almost 7 o'clock, which means we don't have much light, so let's get on this hike. This is the Riverside Walk. It's an easy hike for tonight.
Yep, 2 miles round trip.
Yeah, let's do this. And the main thing is that tomorrow we have a full day dedicated to Zion. However, if our room is over an hour away, that's not very practical. So what we're gonna try to do is go to the nearest tourist town right outside Zion. Springdale.
Yeah.
And then try to get a room for tonight. Hopefully it's not all booked. So here's actually the reason we're here. Zion National Park, stunning scenery.
This is one of those that I don't know if the cameras can do it justice because you need like a fisheye.
Well, we have a GoPro. Susie's now an expert hiker. So about that funny story, yesterday we thought we added a 3-mile loop to our hike in Bryce Canyon, and we took it and we struggled hard and we were like, what's going on? And now you checked into it. And
so one of the things that you should do whenever you're hiking in an area that you're not familiar with, there's an app called AllTrails, and it may be better in certain areas than others, but in Washington it's great. Utah, I think it's also really accurate. So I looked up that trail on AllTrails, and a lot of people comment, and they're like, that mileage that they say is inaccurate. It's longer than you think.
so a word of caution if you're doing this Peekaboo loop here. It starts where it's flat and you get misled that it's a flat hike. It is not. So it's like up and up now, and it keeps going. And after the overkill yesterday, we are now doing a flat hike. Utah definitely is probably the top destination for hiking because it has warmer weather than most of these alpine mountain states, which are good for hiking. It also has the most diverse environment I've ever seen.
Although one other thing about Zion and hiking, so while we were driving back, neither of us did a lot of research about the hikes here because, and it's kind of easy to see why. When you look at AllTrails, when you look at blog sites, it's so hard to tell what trails are actually open.
Yeah.
Because quite a few of them, like the most, like even Angel's Landing, the most popular hike in this whole park, they're saying that the end with like the chains where you get yourself up to the top and get the 360 views, that part is closed.
Yeah.
So it's like, you can't really plan around that.
Even this hike, which is almost flat, is off the charts cool. So cool. Everywhere you look, it looks so exotic and unique and amazing.
Yes, and still crowded.
A little
Trying
bit.
to stay ahead of this really big group behind us.
Look at this. There's a wall and plants are growing off it vertically. It's like nature's original vertical garden. Here it's like a full-on vertical garden. This is a totally overhead vertical shot here. Isn't this exotic or what? Utah.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, and by the way, I don't use the word awesome lightly because I like to follow the true meaning, which means it has to instill awe. And awe is not just cool or whatever. It's fear and amazement in the same time.
It's like me in the Milky Way. I like it, but it's also kind of scary.
Alright, I guess we're wading through water now. That's the latest plan. What I'm gonna do is tie my shoes together and strap them to my bag and see what happens. Cool, check it out. My Black Rapid camera strap became a shoe strap. The ironic thing is that we have Keens and Tivas that are totally suited for this.
I know, right?
But we didn't bring them, they're in the car right over there.
We're in the car, yeah.
Whatever. But hey, it's a Utah experience wading through a canyon. So it's gonna hurt a lot. Let's do this. The stick should help you a lot. Barefoot hiking time.
Barefoot hiking, and I highly recommend these sticks. They came in really handy right there too. So travel with them.
Someone like that would make serious.
This honestly makes me happy hiking barefoot in
Me
the...
too. I was just gonna say that. I feel like a little kid again.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. It's just that my feet are size 12 now. This is our reward. We're away from the crowd for once. So here's a bit tougher because the current is pushing much harder. When you take your feet off the ground, it starts to swipe it, but not too bad. A puppy came out of the canyon. It's exploring. It's very fluffy and young. It's just a little more there where everybody's giving up, where it gets to your waist or more. But this here is still, ooh, it's warm. It's warmer. We're the only suckers that don't have the proper shoes, and we actually have them in the trunk. It's a lame thing. It starts pushing your feet, so you gotta really watch out. Nice view from here. I found a little dry spot in the middle of the river. On the side, I guess. Well, it's just us now.
I know. See, I called it. I was like, I'm pretty sure once we get up there, all these groups will be done.
Yeah, better feeling this way.
Yeah. I feel rushed.
There we go. The whole thing is over. There's some people down there, but we don't gotta go all the way down there.
Yeah, I kind of just wanted it to be without crowds too, so.
Yeah. It was worth it. Wading in was worth it.
See? All right, we hiked in. I don't know how far down the trail we are. It looks like it keeps going, but the water level gets a lot deeper. So a lot of people are like up to their waist in water, which we are not prepared to do. So we came pretty far. We saw a lot of it, and we're gonna start heading back.
Yeah, and it's getting dark, so we gotta go. Zion, yeah, we got us hiking today.
Yeah, we did. We're at 12,000 steps.
Yeah, we've recovered from yesterday's exertion.
Yes, we didn't burn in the heat.
And this was supposed to be a recovery day.
It is.
Yeah, we're soaked. We're making our way out. We'll see you on the other side.
Oh, hello. I bet people feed you. Bye. That's so funny.
We solved our dilemma with the proximity to the park by booking another room and forfeiting a $58 booking, which wasn't a big deal, honestly.
Yeah, so that hotel was over in St. George, and this one is like right outside of one of the main entrances to Zion. It's in Springdale, and it's a La Quinta. It's actually a really nice and really big hotel, and they had a room at the last minute. So yeah, we're actually thinking that we're lucking out because I think this would normally be high tourist season, would normally be really busy, and it's not. Yeah, so we're here, we're gonna get up for sunrise, and we're dining on pizza in the room now. And that too was last minute. We managed to get it before closing time, so we're feeling lucky. We got up at 6 o'clock. The main area is way closed already, but we actually did that last night. So we wanted to do this canyon overlook, and we got like the second to last spot at the parking lot at 6:30. That's how crazy this park is. So it's a relatively short and easy trail, just 1 mile, pretty moderate, and it should give us a pretty cool view. But yes, the main area is that area over by the Zion Lodge. That's where you get started with Angel's Landing and that Riverside Walk that we did last night and the Narrows. So really glad we came and did it last night. But yeah, people say that they'll get there at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. and get the last spot in that Zion Lodge area. And when they fill up, they close off that road completely. So some people actually park outside and hike like 3 miles to your trailhead, which is kind of insane, but it shows you how popular that hike is. Zion, on the other, has really hard or really easy hikes from the sound of it. A lot of the moderate ones are kind of vague. Some of the trailheads aren't even marked. And some of the paths are really hard to follow. So it's kind of hard for us to plan the day. The reason why they closed off Angel's Landing, the top area, with the chains where you like have to climb to the top to get the 360 views. They closed that off because these are contact surfaces for COVID, and they have them here, so it's a really good thing this trail is still open.
This trail is already awesome. It's not even 7 o'clock and the light is slowly filling the canyons. I have shorts and I don't even have another proper shirt. I just have a t-shirt and a windbreaker, and I'm feeling fine. It's 60 degrees, so if you're moving, it's good. They did well here to put railing. We're getting Zion, private Zion experiences. Even money can't buy that normally.
This is up to 1/3 to 1/2 as full as it normally is. So
yeah, normally would suck.
Yeah.
This is the hike, right off a rock here, and over the edge is that. One of the cool things they said about this east side of Zion is that there's the technical canyons where you can only rappel into, and it's like subterranean hiking at that point. It sounds amazing, but you have to be prepared for that.
Unlike anything we've ever seen.
No,
Compared to last night, this is just different.
Yeah, totally different. I love it.
Look at these footprints. Tons of people have been here.
Yep. Yeah, now we're under the rock. It's very sheltered.
Incredible.
Yeah, and this red light is reflecting.
Yeah. It's difficult to shoot though. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's hard. I can't get over how cool it is that we have parts of Zion to ourselves at times. And now it's rather exclusive. It's whoever risked coming here during the pandemic, that's who gets it. This is already one of the coolest trails I've been on. The terrain is just outworldly. I guess the fact that it was a ocean floor contributes to that. Really is the main factor here. Yeah, we're about to hit the view here, and that's gonna be great because the light is not harsh yet. And we reached the overlook here. Wow, unbelievable. This is the view. It's blown out behind us for the GoPro viewer. We're taking better photos, but right now we're seeing the canyon under us. It's so cool.
It's amazing, and it is 7:20. So the light is pretty harsh, so you do want to be shooting either raw or brackets or both to be able to get this shot. But yeah, amazing.
Yeah, GoPro doesn't do it justice because the middle dark shadow there is huge. But with the camera you can fix that.
So apparently, according to the sign, this whole canyon was eroded by the Virgin River, which is what we partially hiked through last night. So it was a lot bigger at one point.
Let's see what happens if I climb this rock. Yeah. I do not understand where this water is coming from. It looks like coming out of the wall because everything around it is bone dry and there's no sign of a flow here. So we just have a little drip on this section right here and it reaches that far and it dries out. So where is it coming from? I don't know. I'm eyeing a very cool looking checkered mountain, so I'm gonna try to climb it. Let me give you the key so I don't lose it.
I have a copy of the key, which is a very good idea when you're hiking.
That's
Make
right.
sure both people have keys to the car.
What a cool mountain. It's amazing to me how quick elevation gains. So much fun, Zan. The best place for hiking so far. The hard part with this is always going down. The mountain, or yeah, this rock is rather smooth. The good thing is my shoes are gripping hard. It's got texture, it's not slippery. Yeah, I'm in the clear now. Awesomeness.
Alright, so we're gearing up for this hike, and Utah sun is supposed to be pretty awful. So if you don't like using sunscreen, I don't like sunscreen because it gives you that kind of sticky feeling, and I sweat a lot, so I almost guaranteed to like sweat it off immediately. So I have these sun sleeves that I got from REI, and I actually got them for our trip to Belize last year. But you put them on like this, and they give you like, I think, SPF 50.
So we're pretty much hitting everything we want in Zion because we did our popular hike last night, we got in, and then this morning we did the overlook, which was great. Yeah. And now we're here, we're doing one which is supposed to be very basically on your own, and it's called Clear Creek, and you're basically at the bottom where it's sandy and there was no river anymore, so you're just walking through X River. So this hike is unmarked, As it turns out, many on the east side of Zion are. And we had to ask the ranger where to enter it, and she told us you can enter it in many places, but this one is a good one. And there appear to be many footprints, so people are doing it, so we're gonna follow them. And this is the stunning scenery as we're doing that.
Yes. And it looks like it may actually be shaded. I did read about this trail on All Trails, and people said it's really great, and it's also kind of shaded so that you're not going to be blasted by sun all day. There are some trails where people say there's no shade, so you want to plan accordingly if you're going to do one of those.
This is not the better way. Here we go. Gotta use some old school pathfinding here with no trail.
Oh, you were very good at that.
Yeah, I can do off-trail and pathfinding.
Yeah, I'm like, I need a clear-cut trail, so luckily one of us is not like that.
It comes down to several things to do that well. One is you have to work overtime with your mind to remember all the things and process all the information around you. The other one is you have to know your limits of your body really well.
Yeah.
So you like look out and see, maybe I can do that, and go and do it and how. And then the third one is you have to have superb memory and fitness, really. Following footprints here, trying to take me to the sandy riverbed or creek bed that is actually our hike. There's signs of that here. There's sand and there are many footprints. So I'm thinking this is the trail right here, actually. And yes, here's the mountain that we need to look for.
And in the case of hiking, totally okay, if not preferable, to go where other people have gone.
Unless you're Lewis and Clark. And this is it. This was the target. The unmarked trail which we had to find. Here is like 10 degrees cooler, if not more. And now what we gotta do is remember this place. There are two trails coming out here, so that's a really good one to remember. Alright, so now our hike is this gorgeous crevasse that the creek used to run through.
Wow, yeah, this is cool.
This is our hike right here. And it goes for a while. She told us you can enter it and exit it and do whatever you want, as long as you find your place where you parked. But yeah, this is the hike itself. The best part about it is that the temperature is so much cooler, so you can do this when you can't do the other stuff, when it gets 90 degrees in the shade. You don't want to be in the sun at that point.
No.
Here's the mountain and a non-existent river bed. Or the bed exists but the river doesn't, and it even has sand, so it's like a beach just without the water. So here's the proof that you can have Zion to yourself if you do the right thing. Maybe it takes coming through a global pandemic, but you can.
Yeah, and you know, you could apply this to just about anywhere that's natural. You know, you're going to have your popular spots that everybody goes to, but usually you'll have some smaller, and in the case of Zion, it's unmarked trails that are worth checking out because they're amazing and no one else is here.
Here, this canyon wall is so cool. Amazing texture and colors. I'm taking a dark little side canyon just to see what it's like. It's a little dark for GoPro, but whatever. Oh, it's really wet. Wow, it's like a swamp. Oh, this is totally legitimate for hiking, though. You can keep on hiking here, off trail. And in fact, there are steps. Huh. Yeah, that's the trail. And you can cross this river thing again and go there. Keep on hiking for a bit at least. And it's much greener, much more moisture is preserved here. It's like a little forest oasis. Hiking off trail in Zion, even just for a little bit. People do it, and that's how they discover the good stuff. But yeah, this now becomes like a little forest. And it's full of obstacles, but you can keep going until you run out. Good. If I had more time, I would keep going. Alright, out in the main canyon now. It goes for a while and it's really green and there's water.
get in your hand?
Yeah, like 100.
Ooh.
And I need my hand.
Yeah.
I think you have the pole, but more than that, you have the courage and the confidence.
Well, you clear your mind, right? Like I can feel sometimes where your mind is like, no, that's dangerous, I can't do it. So if you just kind of turn that off and you're like, just focus on a word, I think that's a good one. That's good for running too.
So we've been seeing evidence of bears, and this could be their tracks. They're kind of round and clustered, possibly, or some other thing here left footprints, it looks like, because there are a lot of them. And also their lizard track going right through here, which you can tell by dragging the tail and then also having feet on the side of the continuous line. Found the sheep, the desert sheep that we've been seeing on the signs, and we've been looking for sheep for like 8 years since Glacier National Park. So we finally found them.
Oh look, they're uniting! They're uniting! Alright, so as we were walking back, and we're pretty close to where we started, we realized that we walked right by this cave that we did not notice the first time.
It's man-made, it seems to cross under the road.
Wow.
I see the light this way. This is what a minefield like. Square tunnel.
Well, we're chilling out with some huckleberry ice cream from Hoodoo's Market, and it is very refreshing right now. There's also a grass cutter, so apologies if there's noise. This is a really quiet one, actually. I've heard much worse.
Yeah, so we just did a lot. We did 2 hikes since 6 in the morning, and we got amazing views all the way through.
Of all the parks, I think it actually takes the most planning, and we did probably the least planning for this park, but we still managed to make it work.
Yeah, we were strategic about it, and we explained some of our strategy earlier, but it comes down to not going to the peak places at the peak times, because that's just a no-go. We were there at 6-ish in the morning, 6:30 I think, and the guy was like, shut, already closed, nothing, for several hours, and we just went by at 1 p.m. and there still was no entry.
Yeah, it's a Friday today too. So we
Yeah.
went yesterday, Thursday, and it was much, much easier. I think I read that Wednesday tends to be the least crowded, but don't bother on a weekend or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like, not worth it.
But there's a reason it's this popular, and it's simply stunning. It just, words do it no justice, pictures don't do it justice. You really have to come see it and do it properly.
I think we kind of came to that conclusion of, you know, the name Zion, and it's like a religious experience being here.
It really is, yeah. If you have the right perception open, you definitely feel it. It's the best. And we've hiked Glacier and we've hiked the Dolomites, but this is just next level.
Next level.
Yeah.
Definitely worth the stop.
Yeah, and plan properly, plan well. We'll now look for some food and go rest near the pool and take a nap, and we may even do a little hiking. It has to be done. We're in Arizona for like 1 hour, so. We are traveling through a pandemic, so we are trying to be very cautious. We're trying to not be reckless, even though you could see the whole idea of traveling right now is reckless. Here it is, Lake Powell. It's quite famous. This water comes down the Colorado River, therefore from the Rockies, but I think it has a lot of time to cool down by now. It's a national park, so you wanna have your pass prepared. And by the way, visiting national parks is by far the best with the America the Beautiful pass.
It's our third national park that we're hitting on this trip so far. And like you're saying, it already pays off by the time you hit the third one.
Yeah, national parks are $35. The pass is about $80, $85. So on your third one, the pass pays itself off. People are in the water.
Yeah.
Where we are is exactly on the state line between Utah and Arizona. Right now we're on the Arizona side, but right over there is Utah. So even across the lake, I think it becomes Utah. So both states come here on vacation, and both states are really low on water and water bodies that you can swim in and do things in. So this is a huge hotspot for water sports and boating. The banks here are straight up sand from a while ago. It's not like a beach, the entire place is sand. Very cool desert beach experience. It's really your salvation out here in this heat, and it is summer right now.
This looks like a literal oasis. It looks heavenly.
Yeah, let's go touch it.
Cool.
Here. Oh yeah. It's really warm.
Nice.
It looks like all the action here is on the boats because there's barely any commerce on the ground.
Commerce is actually up on top of the hill there, over by the resort. So yeah, it's all about either being here on the beach and just chilling and swimming, or being out in the boat.
Yeah, I will totally do a beach day, but it's midday and we have no shade at all. We're doing this.
Yeah, we are. It's hot.
Let's do it. It has to be done. We're in Arizona for like 1 hour, so.
We'll get some piece of Arizona.
Oh God, let's go. You know, when it gets to your tender skin, like the back of the knees, and then further up, it starts getting really cold. And then up your back. Ooh.
It's the easiest way to get
Yeah, I don't know how far I'm getting, so.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not going all the way.
It's weird. It's like warm and then it's cold and then it's warm and then it's cold.
Yeah, some water is warm, then others keeps coming in, apparently. Do I drop? I don't like dropping, but I will. Because I'm in the desert in 100-degree heat.
But it will feel amazing. That's why you do it.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, see? See? It feels so much better when you get out. Yeah. So we're kind of interesting in that I am all about water. I love water. Like, I'm not afraid of water. Typically, I guess this would be the one time where I'm not afraid, but I'm uncertain about what's in here. And then Martin's not as comfortable in the water. But then in the mountain, it's the opposite. So we both have things that we're more comfortable, or situations that we're more comfortable in. And I guess it works out in that we kind of push each other. And I'm like, yeah, do it here. And then in the mountains, it's like, yeah, do it there. So we kind of even each other out that way.
We were gonna do the desert vacation and stay in Scottsdale and Tucson in really nice resorts. But that all fell through because the pandemic spiked in Arizona in particular. So this is our taste of a desert Arizona oasis, and it's super nice, honestly. We would have enjoyed it, so we'll try to do this another time.
This trip has been fun so far because like we make bookings that we are pretty much guaranteed, but then there's been little things that we just kind of throw in, like staying overnight at Zion. Like that was a last minute thing, but it worked out.
Yeah.
Coming here to the lake and actually swimming in it wasn't on the plan, but we did it anyway. So the thing about road trips especially is, leave yourself some time to just do that exploration and look for those little moments that you don't plan that are actually going to end up being really awesome.
And because you have your vehicle, you're really flexible. You can cancel things, you can buy extra rooms. It's not all that rigid. We don't book in advance a year like some people do.
But I would say, with that said, it depends on where you're going though, because if you wanted to stay at Zion Lodge, then yeah, it sounds like you need to book like well in advance for that. And if you were here during peak season, maybe it's harder, maybe we couldn't have gotten a room in Zion, I don't know. So you have to kind of look at the time of year, look at the season, look at what's going on.
If there's a global pandemic or something.
If there's a global pandemic, we're far enough away, far enough out from that things have kind of come back, but people haven't come back to use those services yet in full. We got a sweet spot here.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye out for World War III and the alien invasion to do something like this again.
That's right. That's next time we're going to go back to Zion. Can finally do the Angel's Landing or one of those that we never even got close to.
That's right. We drove all day through the desert, stopped at Lake Powell, and now we're at a really special place because as long as I walk through this invisible line in the sand right here, I'm in Arizona. And there's the Welcome to Arizona sign right there. But as soon as I turn around this way where we're parked, and you see the big Welcome to Utah sign, and this is exactly where the start of Monument Valley is.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were barely in Arizona, made it over to Utah.
Yeah, I just changed state as I walked through here. Here it is, Utah, life elevated. It's a really good place to get a feel for the desert right here. It's pure desert, and dust is getting through the air. You feel the sun burning. It's that feeling that many Hollywood movies try to convey. It's different when you're standing and feeling it yourself though. And out there where there's a truck rolling down is Monument Valley, where we'll be heading next and doing a lot of photography. Welcome to San Juan County of Utah, the world's greatest outdoor museum, and it's where Utah's canyon country is. So some of the greatest parks like Canyonlands and Arches and so on are there, and we'll be visiting them later in our trip. We're in the burgeoning town of Mexican Hat with a grand total of 31 people according to the last census.
And behind us is the thing that the town is named for, which is Mexican Hat. And it's a really interesting looking rock actually. So that part is cool, and it's right outside of Monument Valley, so there is a really prime attraction here. So what are your impressions of Mexican Hat?
Well, I can only really speak to the scenery because there's just about all there is. I don't know where all the 31 people are, but we are staying here. There's a motel, and when you look at the scenery, it might as well be Mars. You know, Elon Musk can come stage the Mars landing here and claim to be the first person that landed on Mars.
So another really key thing we forgot to say earlier is that this whole area is really close to the Navajo Indian Reservation, and they've had a pretty big outbreak of COVID lately. So it makes us a little bit nervous about going places, and we're currently trying to find food, so we're going to try this town called Bluff. We don't think there's been a big outbreak there, but even so, I think we're just going to try to get either fast food or just something that we're not going to sit down in a restaurant. We're just going to try to make it fast.
Yeah, so in fact, the Navajo Nation has the most of the virus per capita in the entire USA. That's why it's a small amount of population with a lot of cases for the size of it. And that means that the more you interact in those areas, the risk is very high that way. So because of that, we're on the edge of the Navajo Nation that has so many cases. We're trying to be strategic. And we did see some activity in the motel that makes us a bit nervous.
Yeah, so the motel room is actually quite nice. They've actually done it really well. The bathroom even looked like brand new and everything. But still, I have some Clorox got one of the last Cloroxes from Safeway before we left, and so I went through the room and made sure that we got like the doorknobs and, you know, like the toilet, just things that we know that we're gonna touch just in case, because yeah, the last thing we want to do is get sick here and ruin the rest of our trip.
That's in today's COVID Chronicles. We are traveling through a pandemic, so we are trying to be very cautious. We're trying to not be reckless, even though you could see the whole idea of traveling right now is reckless. Our state or city itself is very affected, so it's no different, but we have to be aware of each zone we go into and take the proper measures each place.
Yeah, so what we do or the precautions we take, it's based on each different location, and as much as possible we're trying to Google each spot and just be like, has there been any news lately? So yeah, it's like if you are going to travel right now or doing any kind of, you know, pandemic of any sort, then you just want to double check each location that you're going to go to and make sure that nothing bad's going to happen. Oh, for looting and vandalism.
Yeah, so we're in the Wild West about as wild as it gets, and they still have the whole wanted reward thing, and it's for looting, vandalism, and disturbing human remains. So someone's digging up graves. Mexican Hat is where we're staying down there. Down here is the Navajo Nation, if you see the sign. Well, we took some food to go. We drove like 30 miles to get it back and forth, and then we're now enjoying dinner in Monument Valley at sunset. That's a real treat.
So we stopped by Bluff, and there was actually a super cute looking place to get food. So I don't even know, it looks like a sandwich and fries. Nice. And so it is 8:15 p.m. sunset. It's actually already starting, but officially sunset will be around 8:50, so we figured might as well just camp out here, watch the sunset, do a time lapse. I'm about to set up the GoPro to do a time lapse, and then we'll also maybe stick around and shoot some night photos, because around 10 p.m. should be pretty pitch black dark, and this should be a really great spot for Milky Way, because Milky Way's still here, and I think getting these rocks would be a really great subject. So we'll see what happens.
Part of traveling through a pandemic, it means that you may run into many closures. And this one looks very closed, with barbed wire and everything. Greetings, another day, another state, as we drove through Colorado, but we are now standing at a special place on the border of 4 states at once.
So we're near the Four Corners Monument, but unfortunately it is closed.
Yeah, and this is the sign that's supposed to say "Welcome to New Mexico."
New Mexico, yeah.
And you can tell by the chilies. However, we can't enter because the Navajo Nation is having a huge pandemic problem. On a day now we are entering Colorado and driving more north. Colorado is big and varied, and it's most famous for the Rocky Mountains. However, that's not where we are. We're going to approach them later today, but we're in southern Colorado, which is quite different. It's more similar to New Mexico. Alright, well, what we're gonna do now is turn around into Colorado proper, and we're gonna vlog from there for about a week.
Road trip survivals. This is breakfast. And this is breakfast. And that's breakfast.
So freaking thirsty since last night we couldn't find water. Well, here it is, Colorado. Another day, another national park. This time is Mesa Verde. And if you haven't heard of that, you're up for a treat once we do get up there. The drive is long and winding and all the up, so it should be very high there. Strenuous climbing. So we came to the main attraction here at Mesa Verde, the cliff dwellings, and they're closed, which is extremely disappointing. They don't tell you that at the front. You have to drive like an hour to get here, and then you can just see from like half a mile away.
Someone did say that it sounds like you can't even go down there unless you have a guided tour. They're not doing guided tours. So I don't know if that's a pre-arranged thing or what, but we at least could see it from afar.
Yeah, we saw it.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, it was really about exploring it, but well. Well, here's another disappointment. More dwellings under us that we cannot see and reach.
So this is called Balcony House apparently, and it involves climbing a 32-foot ladder, something like that. Sounds really cool, but yeah, it's also closed.
I'm gonna have to tell the ranger he should warn people because this is super frustrating.
So yeah, you would have to climb this ladder. It sounds really cool. And then you get inside and see it all. Meh.
Such BS.
It's understandable that they're closed, but yeah, it's a little frustrating that they don't tell you at the front where they check your pass and give you the maps.
Yeah, nothing indicates it unless you probably go to the visitor center. We don't want to go there because it's where the crowding happens and it's a pandemic, which is where everything's closed, so whatever. it's
Can't win it all, but still.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
Some things you win in the pandemic, some things you don't.
Yeah.
Well, I drove away kind of frustrated from the main area there where everything was closed, and I guess I must have stepped on the gas like for half a second too much because right after that I got pulled over by the ranger, and he said I was 15 miles over the speed limit, which on a wide open straight road was 25, and the ranger was among the nicest people I've ever met.
Yeah, the rangers here are great.
And he let us off with a warning and actually gave us a very thorough explanation of what can be done right now in the park.
Which is not very much. And actually, yeah, we asked, it was like, well, are you going to reopen next week? And he's like, you know, we're not sure when. But he also said, you know, maybe next week the fire danger alert here goes to extreme. So they actually close more things next week.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Good thing he told us that.
Yeah, so apparently this park can be tricky, and visiting the dwellings always takes a guided tour, which normally you can purchase from the visitor center, which is currently closed.
Yeah.
No tours are happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, this park is tough in the pandemic.
But he did say, yeah, if you wanna, this is actually the best time to come during normal times, which, you know, obviously not normal times, but if it had been, we would have been here during peak time.
Yeah, that too would be kind of frustrating. So now we know, he said, to come in earlier spring or late fall.
He said late spring
or late
early
spring,
fall.
yeah. When it's more cold but less popular. Yeah, I was so livid when I thought I was getting a ticket for a park I can't even see and do much.
I was like, there's a good chance he just set you up for the warning. Luckily that's what happened.
Oh my god. And by the way, I'm traveling with a temporary piece of paper instead of a driving license for 4,000 miles.
I don't even have my license, so thank God I wasn't driving.
Yeah, so
Big trouble.
because all the Department of Licensing are closed in our state, I couldn't replace my license when I lost it, so I got a piece of paper with no ID.
But it worked, yeah.
It did work,
super understanding of it, we didn't get a ticket, so that totally works if you need your license and you don't have it.
Yeah.
Dang, that would have been so cool.
Yeah, so on a good day, when the world isn't going to hell, you can tour these things, and that was really the intent here that I wanted to do for over 10 years. So, a little bit frustrating. Turns out they didn't only live down in the canyon, they have some buildings over here, and it says this was about 750 after Christ, and they were kind of single-story village houses, which later evolved in these multi-story conglomerate houses. Part of the story here is that what they call these the Pueblo people, they actually built with bricks and stone, and they made cities like 1,000 years ago. This is rather interesting because later when the Europeans came, that wasn't happening anymore. So these civilizations collapsed across both American continents, happened to the Maya as well, and it's really kind of unknown. Could have been a drought or what made them abandon all this, but by the time Europeans come here, there was nothing, no human activity, just the remains.
And for us being here, I mean, it's hard to say what the climate was like, but you can just imagine of like, yeah, if there was a drought, then absolutely, like you would have to evacuate or leave or find water source somewhere.
Yeah.
It's hot.
So here they have the timeline of the settling of the area, where they came as semi-nomadic people, and then they started settling in what they call pit houses, which is digging down and live in a pit. Then it was above ground in a single story, then multi-story, and then the cliff dwelling was the latest development here, where they became elaborate, and then they had to migrate out. So that's how it evolved. Down in Mexico, the Aztecs did have masonry when Europeans arrived, and there is an example of the Europeans causing the collapse of that civilization, and also in the Inca Empire in South America. But here it collapsed before, and so did the Maya. So yeah, these were down in the ground and excavated. Yeah, you can see what it used to like here, and now it's buried, and they're excavating portions of it. A lot of these circular housing or buildings that they're doing here. So here it says there's an oral tradition that says that people left around the 800s towards the Chaco Canyon, 100 miles to the south. And that was during a warm, dry period. So it really points at the drought driving people away from here.
You were right.
It could be so, yeah. And these big round buildings seem like they're gathering buildings, like communal ones. And if you step out now in June, very dry, so it is no wonder that you would have some problems with water here. A lot of impression about the Native Americans may involve teepees or just camping around the Great Plains or long houses, I guess, made of wood, but the truth is some of them had masonry. And you can see evidence of that here. And we know for a fact they built great pyramids and cities in both Central and South America. And here they call them the Pueblo people. They had all this, but it mysteriously vanished before Europeans found it. We're exploring another section of this park, and it's a big area with a lot of remains from a prior era, from 1800 AD. And the thing is that they say it was a farming community, and it had 35 villages right here, which when you start doing the math, it means this place was a metropolis. And the same is true when you go to the land of the Maya in Belize, Mexico, and Guatemala and Honduras. That was a huge metropolis there in the millions. So these were not tiny civilizations that you just see a little bit of now. They were big. I guess their distinct style of architecture is this circular structure and a lot of conjoined things. Over time they build on and create a bigger structure. The structure here looks like many small rooms, and who knows how they enter them because it does not show a door.
Where's the doorway? How do you get in and out?
Yeah, maybe by a ladder, I don't know. But in the middle of it there's the circular structure again, so it looks like they would build a circle and then a lot of little rooms where everyone had their private space and some other purposes, and then in the middle they gather in the circle. And they even had the spiral ornaments, which means that the circle meant a lot to them, and they kept on making more and more circles like this. They were the focal point of each community. They also say they use all these juniper bushes here for firewood, and it would have smelled like juniper smoke here a lot when they're farming and lighting fires and cooking and whatnot and warming up. The sizes of the entryways make it look like they were quite small.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe they had water in the middle of these things.
That'd be logical.
Some water had to go somewhere. Interesting fact, in Bulgarian temples from around 2500 to 3000 years ago, there are drains, but they were for the blood, for the sacrifices.
Oh, they could have done that too, yes.
Yeah, yeah, it's known where Bulgaria is. Before the ancient Greek Hellenic civilization, there was another one which did a lot of sacrifice, which was the norm everywhere, really. Oh, here we have the biggest circle of them all so far, and they say it's a reservoir community project.
It even got a National Historic Civil Engineering Landmark distinction.
Pretty cool.
So back in the day, they were ahead. We're onto something.
Built in two phases. In beginning 900 AD.
It's been an source of awe and study since 1891.
By Swedish scientist Gustav Nordenskjöld. Yeah, the GoPro can almost span it, but it's a large, round reservoir building. Makes you wonder how they sealed it, because cement was invented by Romans who built aqueducts and things like that, but it's not known that people here ever had cement. Or the biggest structure in the towns is normally the church, and this is bigger than a lot of churches in the West. So here you can see what's understood to be a family house, where in the back they have small rooms for sleep and storage. And in the middle you have this one they call the kiva, which is the communal room where everyone can get a seat. And it looks like fire pits, and that looks like a fireplace to me. This is the last point we're touring here, called the Sunset House, and it actually is among the cooler. I would say the big palace thing is the coolest, which you cannot get to, but this here, you see a series of them far out there on the other side of the canyon, and some of them just look incredible that you could even build in there. It's, how did you even get there? Ladders, I guess, and they had to bring the bricks up, and many people live there and there and there, and it continues across. So it really makes it look like a city at this point, where it's like a sprawl of multiple dwellings and villages, where they had 20-ish rooms in each.
Well, you start to wonder too if maybe all of this was like level. Maybe it came out more. Maybe you could walk. Maybe they actually had more houses and villages and they all crumbled at some point. You know, maybe all this was like a big platform.
Yeah, it really is unknown what happened here. No one speaks of evidence of an earthquake, but you know, that could be a factor. Oh, and there's something big over there. Over there was a big thing on top, maybe settlement there too.
Maybe they actually built it around like a lake, a water source, like all these lines. Could be that this was all water at one point. That
would be really cool if rivers ran down through here and you had your water right down from your dwelling. Maybe that was the draw. Yeah,
it makes total sense, honestly. Looking at the rocks, like those look like water lines to me.
Possibly, yeah.
They very well could have all been water here.
And the rocks are smoothened by something. Yeah, and the dwellings continue all the way around, all the way in this whole canyon here. So this really is among the most interesting places I've ever been to. And it's a bit of a bust that we couldn't actually go across the dwellings themselves, because that's the main attraction. But I honestly am done feeling disappointed, because I don't want to ruin my mood over things I can't control. And we did manage to see it, and it is really, really interesting.
The thing is, it hopefully will still be here in the future, so we'll just come back. It's an excuse to come back.
Yeah, we'll try to tag it on to a late spring skiing trip in Colorado or something like that, and reserve our spot on the tour so we can tour and then have the GoPro on and climb around all these dwellings.
Second time will be a charm.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we'll have better luck next time.
That's right. And you know, the day is still young, so what we'll do from now is go into Durango, and it's a really nice mountain town. And in Colorado we have more rides than in Utah, if you know what I mean, so we'll see how that's like. We have arrived in the first town we're staying in Colorado, called Durango. And reminder, we had to reschedule our whole trip away from Arizona and into Colorado. It's only had like a night and a morning to book and plan all of Colorado. This is our first stop here. This is our hotel here, a historic Strater Hotel. And even though Colorado doesn't appear to have a terrible problem right now, we're still gonna wear our masks and check in, and many other people are, so we're being courteous as well. This is keep distance, wear a mask. Yeah, they recommend mask. 6 guests limit at the lobby. Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing well. We have a reservation tonight.
Welcome to our very cool historic hotel.
You're a little muffled there.
Yeah, we have to be the masked bandits around here. Bandit, that was the word I was looking for. I was saying that with the hat and the mask, you look like a masked robber or bandit.
Well, it's very fitting for the Wild West trip that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a gorgeous Wild West hotel. It's the historic hotel in town. And we're really excited just to be in the hotel, but the whole town looks amazing.
Hotel reminds me of the one that we stayed in St. Pete. Kind of like a throwbacky, kind of retro vibe, but very, very cool. I like it. I like this wallpaper.
Yeah.
And the chandelier.
We're going to photograph this place extensively because it really fits our theme.
It's begging for a photo shoot, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a 1 bedroom, so nice big bed, a desk, a TV, and a bathroom.
Journal. What is with the journal?
Oh, am I supposed to keep a journal here? Yeah, what's up with that? Room journal. Oh, that's pretty cool. Our search for happy hour on Yelp led us to the office. That's neat. I really like that idea. It's like reviews, like the old school Yelp, but in like book form.
And
That's
it's private to the room itself.
I like that.
That's cool.
That's so cool. Oh yeah, they've already filled the whole book even in
2.
2019.
Okay, one more.
So this one started in 2015.
Here they have a historic portrait of someone. Looks a bit like my grandma. My grandma was a beauty when she was young. That's where I got my genes from. That looks nice too.
Got a closet. And ooh.
Ignore the lights.
I hate when they do that. Like, where's the lights? Here.
Ah, there we
Wow,
go.
way back there. Cool.
Yeah, it's nice. I can
nice.
really walk to it, like
Uh-huh.
in the West, not in Greece or Hong Kong. Yeah,
Very
nice
cute.
tile,
I
fine
like it.
finishing
Yeah.
touch.
Yep.
There they branded their own.
Oh, cool. I like it. Yeah, it is.
There.
Ooh.
And we are in beautiful Colorado, on the south side of the state.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Alright, this is how you do a Wild West pandemic road trip in style.
That's right.
So the mission now is to find a shirt that fits the part so we can do some photo shoots here.
Yeah, you need something more fitting here.
So, does not look like actual Wild West store. I'm already getting hot from this mask.
Yeah.
There, see? Will we find our shirt in Rio Grande Trading Company? Let's find out. Souvenirs. Some shirts, but not buttoned. I don't recall ever seeing a cowboy in a t-shirt. Nice Durango designs though. They have stuff for cowgirls, hopefully for cowboys too. Oh, there is a cowboy right here, lying down. This one is a little drunk. No. Jewelry, no cowmen or cowboys. So one of the main reasons I booked this town is because it's really Wild West themed, and part of that is this huge Wild West train exhibit right behind there. We'll check that out in due time. I'm looking for a cowboy shirt. There's something, yeah.
Is that one of our hats?
No, I actually bought this in REI in Seattle.
Really? We have the same exact
Really? Very funny.
one? The most cowboy-y.
Denim, huh? Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
So we've got some stuff like this where it's a little bit lighter.
That might be good. I do like that idea.
A blue, a red, and kind of this lemonade yellow.
I actually like the yellow the most, I think.
Me too, honestly.
Yeah.
I haven't
That's a
seen a
new
yellow
color for
shirt
you.
that I like in a long time.
Yeah, it's the nice kind of pale.
Totally.
Yeah, I could see myself wearing that beyond the photo shoot, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, you gotta think of that.
There it is.
The blue is also good though.
Yeah, about 99.
Nice, okay. That's a good option.
Got this kind of stuff. It's a little bit darker colors. This
Yeah,
is a pretty decent cowboy shirt.
those are good too, yeah.
We have some on our sale rack as well. Some
Ah, yeah. That could be option too. Alright, it will be this one. Yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty cool.
I'm liking that color. Yeah, I'll take you over on this side just because we have the weird little plastic thing.
Is that a must now?
I guess.
I guess so. Hand it over this way.
Who really knows?
I like your store here. It's nice.
It's a good store.
Is it local or is it kind of a chain?
It's still family owned, but we have a couple locations.
Nice.
Probably around like 20-ish around the country, but we keep it kind of enclosed, you know what I mean?
Very cool. There, cool. We got the shirt sorted out. Very nice store actually. Ooh, our future car. Not exactly, but the brand. Alright, now I guess priority becomes food.
Yep.
Ooh, huge ice creams. We may have to oblige eventually.
Just ate ice cream for breakfast.
Oh yeah, never mind. Okay, fair point. We did have ice cream and it's now what, 5 p.m. and that's all we've had.
Yeah.
We won't have another ice cream today. We've been enjoying Durango, Colorado for a few hours already. and we're really impressed. In all ways, it actually is a very, very pleasant place. Here currently we are on the river, which runs right through downtown, and it's quite beautiful. And people are rafting or kayaking down the river. Here in Durango, they commemorate the settlers of this land, the immigrants who came from places like Italy and Czechoslovakia and a whole bunch of other places in Europe, and they turned this place into what it is today, right? And when you think about what kind of people these are, what it takes to leave everything that you know behind and say, I'm gonna go and just get on another continent and try to develop it and make a brand new country there, and it becomes actually the greatest one. And that is really interesting to me, because that's really exactly what I did when I came to the USA. And the funny part is that a lot of my reasoning was probably inspired by reading Wild West novels and watching the movies and so on, and buying into that romanticized myth of the Wild West and of the American myth overall. And because of that, probably I ended up moving here, and now in this trip we're quite actually connecting with that and reliving it in a way as if I was one of those people, but truly I continue to be one of them, because it's the same process really. What we're going to do now is do a little impromptu photo shoot so that we can sort of theme and brand our trip and work on the aesthetic and artistic vision for it, which always was meant to be the Wild West, right?
Yes.
And this town is just perfect for that, and I got the shirt just for fun. And now there's some trains, we'll see if we can access them, but if not, there's all this architecture which is very fittingly Wild Western. And then there's also the art around here, which reminds me that it's really the same era as the Wild West. Here is the Victorian era, and you can see it in the styles.
We have the XT3 with the 23 f2, and so that's pretty close to the 35mm range, which is not one that I shoot with a lot. I actually prefer the 50 range, so this is going to be an interesting challenge for me to learn to compose differently.
Well, I like 35 a lot, and it's good for getting kind of what your eye sees. And
I see your first shot here.
Where?
Go up by that green pole.
All right, see ya. Rolling around town with my bandit Wild West outfit for the photo shoot is quite exciting and entertaining. Yeah. So now we're looking for little corners that look like the old days here, which are a lot, because this is in the National Historic Registry, actually, in this downtown in Durango.
It's pretty cool.
As a historic district. About done shooting outside, and we're going to go look for a nice saloon.
It is about 8:30, so it is around sunset. But yeah, we've kind of had a long day, doing a lot more than we expected to do today.
And it happens that our hotel has probably the best looking saloon, so we're gonna begin there and see how it goes. Here's our historic hotel, Strater, and it has 2 saloons, so we're gonna check them out now. The other one looks a little cooler to me. Whiskey down in the saloon in the hotel, and now we're in our room, quite enjoying ourselves and having a relaxing evening for once.
We're chilling, and I'm gonna write in the room journal. So if you stay in room 222.
Is it 223?
222, I think.
311.
311. Let's start that over. Well, I'm about to write in this room tour journal here, so if you ever come to this hotel and you stay in room 311, then you'll get to read what I'm writing.
The secret message in the Stater Hotel in Durango.
Durango, Colorado. Our first town that we've been to in Colorado, and it's been very impressive so far.
We love it. Now we're thinking of playing a Western movie to get in the mood, and tomorrow we'll be on our way into the mountains. It's maybe my favorite mountain town I've ever seen. I don't know, I didn't know Colorado was this good.
It's amazing. If we haven't already said enough times, we are very impressed with Colorado.
Well, we left Durango after enjoying an easygoing morning and the best breakfast burrito I've ever had.
That's right. So yeah, that was a really great start to the day, and our bartender last night told us to come up to Andrews Lake.
Andrews Lake, southern Colorado, San Juan Mountains. It looks a bit like Glacier National Park, which is also in the Rockies. We're visiting the beautiful mountain town of Silverton, Colorado at 9,000 feet up in the air, and people are doing it right with off-roading buggies and all kinds of stuff. I'm following the regulation for COVID strictly, and I look like a desperado.
You do, fit right in.
Which makes my day. I got some oxygen boost. Let's see if this is worth the money. It's weightless, so we just paid for air.
Right, how do we do this?
This is how we're traveling through Colorado with our water and the oxygen handy by the steering wheel here. If you're wondering, it does make a difference. But you don't want to overdo it because it will make you dizzy and you're driving off the edge of a mountain at that point if you make a mistake. This is the Red Mountain Overlook, and no joke, the mountain is red. And in fact, such red mountains give the name of the state Colorado, which was named by the Spanish who first explored here. And it is because of large deposits of iron in this mountain, and it's high up here, and I can feel the lack of oxygen. Much better. It's simply fantastic here in Colorado, where we're smitten. We love it. The road we're driving is a real gem, and it is known for being the best scenic drive of southern Colorado. And it's known as the San Juan Skyway. It's part of Route 550, Colorado 550 State Road.
It's right here just below that viewpoint. We're here at the Idaho mine, and this is the eastern entrance. And so it says that a lot of the workers used to enter right here, and there's over 100 miles of underground mines, which is just incredible. Like, this is quite the scene, but man, this would be really crazy to do in the winter or when the weather is pretty nuts. But look at that view. It's just gorgeous.
on eye candy in the mountains. Let's check out this waterfall. What is even cooler is that this turnout is not the end of anything, it's the beginning of a 4x4 vehicle trail. You can take your Jeep up there and who knows how amazing that is. We'll find out one day.
Very aptly named Engineer Mountain Road.
Yeah, you can come up here. Rough high clearance and then engineering pass only can be done this way. And then you're in between all wilderness here, see? Preserve National Forest and some really crazy rough roads going right through. We're feeling amazing today.
Yeah, natural high.
I can't lie, we probably have the smallest vehicle I've seen all day, but it's taking us places and it is all-wheel drive in case we get off the nice road surface. But way out in the back where these cars are coming from is where we came from as well. So we did a huge mountain pass with this Subaru Impreza. Our car is a media production studio right now. Everywhere we have devices that help us film this. This is a big production for us. We're gonna make many hours worth of content here. I was just saying we have the smallest car in the road, but it's still taken us far and it's been turned into a full-on media production studio.
That's true, yeah. And hey, we passed the Prius on the way, so there are other cars out here that are smaller and weaker than ours.
We're almost in the town of Ure and we see some commotion, so we want to see what's going on. Some accident happened here?
Oh yeah, car's off the side.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Was there people in it?
Yeah, at the time.
Oh wow. So yeah, dangerous environment here.
Yeah, you do have to watch it. Like hiking too. You can make a really fatal mistake hiking. So
Yeah. We just came down this road and it was pretty scary. I measured my beats per minute and turns out I have nerves of steel because they were 83. I wasn't stressing it, but this is stressful. Seeing the outcome of an accident is pretty stressful.
Southwest Colorado, and we're really looking forward to it, but we're really mind blown by how impressed we are with southwestern Colorado. And if it weren't for the COVID cases in Arizona skyrocketing, we would have been in Arizona instead, so it wasn't very high on our list to come to Colorado at all.
That's right, so we had to reschedule the trip very hastily. And wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's incredible.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I've always heard a lot of good things, only good things about Colorado. And I'm a mountain person, so I've always wanted to come here. And I focused on the mountain, I guess. But I didn't know much about this state when I was planning, other than I knew Denver, I knew Boulder, I knew Aspen, and I knew Mesa Verde. And that was it. But now we're exploring this area we never knew existed in southwest Colorado. We just drove the San Juan Scenic Road, and everything around here is just amazing. It's stunning. Drove a bit out of Ouray, Colorado, about an hour across incredibly scenic roads, and now we're in a stunning place called Telluride, Colorado.
Is it Telluride or Telluride?
I don't know.
I don't know, but it's a really cool town. It's amazing, and actually I think I see the ski lift
Oh
there.
my god, yes.
Right there. Yeah, so it's like a resort town and much bigger than Park City, but also really, really well done. Lots of stuff to do here.
From the first glance we took, I think this may be my favorite mountain town I've ever seen. At least the way it looks and what it provides just looks stunning. I don't know, I didn't know Colorado was this good.
It's amazing. If we haven't already said enough times, we are very impressed with Colorado.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Right as a backdrop of the whole town, there's a huge wall of mountains which have snow until now in June, and a crazy awesome waterfall. This is the city park in Telluride, and this is where you could be playing baseball, or your kids could be playing baseball.
There's so many shots at this waterfall.
Yeah, amazing.
It's just amazing.
You know, it reminds me a bit of Hawaii because of the mountains jumping right up like this. Score!
So, when I was zooming in with my lens, I saw that there seemed to be some kind of chairlift going up the mountain. As we got closer, it turns out it's not a chairlift, it's a gondola. Not only is it a gondola, but it's a free gondola, which is amazing.
It is really amazing. So yeah, now we're elevating high.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, the whole town is behind us. Yeah, the view is this way. And they say no mask, no ride, but that's the only condition because it's free. Yeah, so far, man, only good things to say. It's just incredible. And this is summer tourism. What it's famous for is winter tourism. So we haven't even seen the peak of this experience. It's just,
winter would just be amazing.
yeah.
If this is still free in the winter, then this is just a win, but I don't know.
I would doubt that.
I doubt it too, but who knows?
On top, and the weather is amazing. It's not at all cold. It's just a lot higher, so I'm just gonna help myself to some more oxygen, and we're gonna take a nice walk up here. And in the absence of snow, this becomes really just hiking trails. Here, right in the ski resort, they have provided some hiking trails as well, and you can also bike them or ride a horse, so it's not just for skiing. And on this side, it turns out that there's another base here for skiing, and probably we're seeing another chairlift go that way. So I'm guessing they take a chairlift from each end of this town. Yeah. Out there in the distance, you can see a bluff rising, and it's actually over the road we just came in through. And there's an airstrip on it. So when you're landing in, this is where you're landing, on that bluff there. We're gonna take a leisurely trail here, no exertion, because of the oxygen. So gold and silver was mined here, and still we're in the San Juan Mountains.
Oh, here we go. A telluride is a class of compounds derived from the element tellurium. Tellurium, that's a mouthful.
expected.
I'm not feeling great. Nope.
We need to get food.
We may just need to.
What fun time here. Now we need a meal. We haven't eaten since morning.
And I did a little research. So Telluride itself is at 8,750 feet, and the high point that we were at is about 10,000. So we climbed almost 2,000, feet in like a matter of minutes. So that does explain why we felt so weird up there.
The mining in this town caused 350 miles of tunnels to be built, enough to reach from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Billions of dollars in gold, silver, copper, lead, and zinc have been produced. Interesting.
Well, we are on our way out of Telluride, and they're actually repaving the road right now, so we're in a little bit of a traffic jam, but that's okay because they actually fix their roads around here, so I don't mind.
The road is pristine, just like about everything in this town, and we want to come back already. There's world-class skiing here. There's also a great film festival, and really for season tourism, so it's a great spot.
And people actually live here. There's a lot of infrastructure. We passed a school, we passed some, sports fields. So yeah, it's livable for that reason too. And it's actually really big. So, if you want to just hang out in town, if you're not into outdoors for some reason, I think you could keep yourself pretty occupied. And the other thing is it's really walkable. So we really like that about, like these towns and cities, is that, you can walk to things and not be so car dependent.
Yeah, there are plenty of whiskey saloons too.
Fits our Wild West theme perfectly.
Yeah, it's one of the best mountain towns I've ever seen anywhere in the world. So we came here brazenly, being kind of happy-go-lucky attitude, and right as we got on top, a huge storm started, and it started blowing off a bicycle off the mountain and even making the car sway a bit.
Day 10 of the Great Pandemic Road Trip, we find ourselves in some of Colorado's great small towns. Starting in Ouray, we go up to Monarch Crest, stop by Colorado's largest body of water, take in the surf in Salida, and end the day in the mineral hot springs of Mount Princeton. Well, we're here at the St. Elmo Hotel, and I wanted to show you our room because it is full of really great design touches.
Like me. We have the king-size bed, which honestly spoils you and becomes a must after a while. And everything is Victorian style, ornated. And it has this whole area here where you can lounge. Most hotel rooms just have a bed. But here you can feel like a Victorian gentleman. Down the lobby is very, very posh looking. But the best part, I think, was the breakfast room and the breakfast, where everybody was in a good mood and there were some ladies cooking for everybody, and it just felt like the good old days before the world ceased to function. We spent all day on the San Juan Skyway, which is an extremely scenic road, and everyone should really come and enjoy it. It has so much around it, like many trails begin straight from downtown. It has a river here downtown and a waterfall beginning right outside of town. And a perimeter trail that can take you up on top of these gorges and to the waterfall. But that's not all. It also right there has the hot spring and the pool complex.
It just reopened yesterday, I think.
It did. Unfortunately, it opens at 12 each day. So that's a good thing actually, because right now it's chilly and shaded here in the gorge.
Yeah.
But after 12 it opens, and there are heated pools and they go up to 100 degrees. I like how around here they commemorate their past a lot. And here in the main park in town they have some mining equipment. It's really cool, the mining cart. The downtown is in the National Historic Register, and our hotel was as well. And inside is a restaurant called the Bon Ton, which also is a historic site. and it has been there since the 19th century. So now we're gonna continue down the byway to a place called Montrose, and then we're taking our turn to our next destination. We're at the biggest water body in Colorado and we've been driving along it for quite a while. However, there's no gas and we're running out, so we need to ask the ranger where the gas is before we go bust and get stranded out here.
Not only is there no gas, but there's also no cell phone reception. We really have not seen a legit gas station in a while, which is a little worrisome, but hopefully that means that we're not far away from one. But yeah, down there is part of the lake. We've been driving along it. It actually looks really amazing. A lot of RVs out here and boats.
I talked to the ranger and she said this is a popular place for fishermen primarily, and in the back there are many trail systems. But the nearest gas is 15 miles away in a town this way, so we have to get it. Here's the road trip mobile, ever faithful. Found gas in the town of Gunnison. Water and gas, all day, every day. Been a long climb, steady climbing pretty much from Montrose way down in the valley, and we got to 11,300, the highest elevation we've been so far, here at Monarch Pass. This is the so-called Continental Divide, which is the geographic middle of the North American continent. That's what's special about this place. After Monarch Pass, we arrived in the town of Salida, or Salida, like they may call it here.
Salida.
Saliva. Salida is in Spanish, right. But when I said that, the bartender corrected me and said Salida.
Oh.
And we know absolutely nothing about it, so we have to find out what there is to do here. I booked it as a transit stop for us to stay tonight until we head to the mountains west of Denver. Colorado's very serious about the masks, which is good. They don't let you go into places without them, and we just forgot them in the car, so we gotta get them. I like how here they have a big wall of honors.
The honor roll. The honor roll exists after school here, apparently. Which isn't a bad idea, really.
I would very much like to be honored. Ooh, they're not coding that steadily. I like cities with walking zones. Nobody's too terrified of the Rona here.
Reminds me a bit of Pendleton, but nicer.
Yeah, it's got more business. One thing we're noticing is that Colorado's small towns are consistently more lively and less dilapidated than Washington's. Apparently the town of Salida is famous for its art galleries and art altogether, and they've even painted their concrete blocks in their walking zone very nicely. Here's the concrete block art here. I like this one, it's mushroom turtles. And this one is a very characteristic Colorado scenery. And this one is flowers and hands. Here is one of those fluffy cows from Iceland, and another Colorado scenery. Much better when you paint these things, because some places have them and they're really unsightly.
Like chocolates?
Yeah.
Jazz?
Or whatever. Wow, a true relic. Tonight is shaping up like an easygoing night at a small town in America.
I feel very sleepy today, even though I've had like 2 coffees.
Well, we just climbed up to 11,000 feet again.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Yeah, we're still fighting the elevation sickness. What we're gonna do in a minute here, to see the town better, is actually climb the town. There's a hill there, if you see it on the picture, where there's a spiral road, and then you get to see the whole area from the top, right there. So the drive, you can see the road spiraling, and there's a river walk down the river, which we're gonna take. Here's the local river. Ooh, there are rapids downtown. Colorado is the beginning of so many great rivers, like the Rio Grande, the Colorado, and apparently the Arkansas. Apparently this river that runs right through downtown is actually known for rafting, and there's a group of them here practicing going upstream. Oh, I've never seen that before.
Never?
Not on a river.
I've seen it, I don't remember exactly where, but I've seen it in some other towns before. And yeah, it looks really, really fun. There's a lot of ways to enjoy the river, enjoy water. And yeah, you don't need an ocean and big waves to be able to surf.
Apparently not. I didn't expect to find this here. It was quite dry on arrival.
Yeah.
And turns out they're surfing.
Oh yeah.
This was pretty interesting. So we came here brazenly, being kind of happy-go-lucky attitude, and right as we got on top, a huge storm started, and it started blowing off a bicycle off the mountain and even making the car sway a bit. And we were right on top of the mountain at the same time, so it was pretty scary.
The thing is, we don't know what storms are like in this area, so it was actually quite risky of us to be like, hey, let's go up there and see what it's like, because it could be that their storms are insane, and you know, we got a little taste of that with the wind pushing our car around.
It was extremely strong wind, and it's still strong wind, it's just not as strong as that moment, and hopefully it doesn't arrive again. So now it's not raining that much anymore. We survived the storm, which lasted a grand total of like 6 minutes. So we stumbled upon some hidden gem here in the mountains near Salida, and it's a historic bathhouse right on the river, and hot springs also.
There was another like spa or bathhouse like closer to town, but the problem is that it's indoors, which is probably great for the winter time, but for right now we'd rather be outside. Alright, so if you were wondering how bathhouses or spas are adjusting to the restrictions, this is also the same in that other one, the other bathhouse that we saw. They're opening the pools, but you can't use the locker rooms or the showers. So you have to change in your car, come back out, and then enjoy them. I guess they give you a towel.
I hope so.
Because you forgot to bring your towel.
I should have watched South Park.
You didn't listen to Towel-y.
Which is from here.
Alright, we made it. There are only 2 pools open. You can normally get into the river too, which I think would be really nice because that would be like your cold blast. But now we're in like the medium heated pool and it feels amazing.
Yeah, right on the river in the mountain, and the mountain is there. It's like mountain tourism at its finest. And we have our own little corner here, we're isolated.
Feels good. So yeah, Mount Princeton. Amazing. This wasn't even planned, believe it or not. We just kind of Googled it.
Like an hour ago. It's really important to have off days or recovery days, so you don't kind of erode or exhaust your ability to enjoy things.
Especially since we're filming, so we're like working too, so it's like, yeah, it's been a lot, and then every day we've been doing stuff, so
yeah,
need a break after a while.
It's at least 12-hour days. We had a feel here of this warm pool. It's so nice.
Yes, I went into the really hot one too for a little bit. It feels even better.
Oh,
but
so
you do
nice.
want to limit your time. Don't spend too much time in there because I have fainted in these pools before.
Yeah, and also they can undermine your health, like your blood pressure and things, because they have high mineral content and high heat. So you want to dose it, and this was lukewarm, and I don't think it's that mineral. So, and the coolest thing is this right here. You're actually on this awesome river, and the river can also be open and also heats up too. Some hot water flows into it, so you can be there and cool off and also warm up, whatever you want to do. Pendleton, Colorado, which in popular culture is better known as South Park.
That's right. So before this trip last night, we plugged in the Fire TV and watched a few episodes to jog our brain and remind us of the South Park vibe.
We're getting our first car wash in a year because of 2 accidents that prevented us getting car washes. First hitting the deer, which he required a paint job, and that was a while he couldn't wash. And then immediately as the lockdown ended in Seattle, we drive out of the city and a rock jumps in and cracks the windshield, so we had to change that, and that now finally is passed. So we can actually get a car wash.
Oh, smells good.
Yeah, it's like almond.
Yeah. There it goes. It's a bit moldy.
Yeah,
If not for the smell, you'd be like, ooh.
That's why they made it smell nice.
Yeah, that's true. You'd be like, is it filthy?
Drove all day around Denver's neighborhoods and suburbs, and we really like this one called Golden. It looks bigger than I thought, and it's right by the mountains, but it remains independent with its own downtown, which is actually walkable, and lots of trails. So far, quite nice. Interesting place, we're just steps away from downtown, and there's some kind of art center, and right beyond it, it looks like a restaurant. Sherpa house.
And just to let let you know for our menu, we have this QR code where you guys can use your
Okay.
regular phone camera. Scan the code and we'll give you a link to our menu. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. Wow, great choice. Sherpa house is fitting for here because we're so high in the mountains like Nepal and Tibet. We figured since we're so high in the mountains we'll eat like Himalayans.
That's a good way to put it. Yes, so we got the Tibetan dumpling.
It's like a mandala.
Yeah, right?
Looks the same but yours are combo.
Mine are combo. Yours are chicken.
I'm also having a local beer, it's good. We enjoyed our second meal here near Denver. First we had the tacos from Texas.
Torchies, yeah, those are good.
And now we
Very
had dumplings.
Yeah, we had the tingmomo dumplings.
Today was mostly educational. We wanted to know how people live in the main area of Colorado where just about all the population is.
Yeah.
And we drove a lot. The heat finally diminished right now. It's really pleasant.
It's actually really cloudy looking.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Up in the mountains, yeah. Today's been quite the climb. We came in from Salida into Denver. We went all around Denver. We went to Boulder. We went to Golden and to Littleton. And now we climbed all the way to Breckenridge, which is way into the Rockies. And we still have 10 minutes more of climbing. Well, I just drove a crazy road here with Susie and it was pretty scary for us because we're not quite Colorado people. And it just happens to be the main freeway of Colorado, 70, which is how they get between the east and west side of the state. So it's one of the scariest roads if you think about it, especially if you have to do it in winter.
It's like a 2-lane road and not the best paved, probably because of the snow coming in and messing it up. So there's cracks all over it, it's not very smooth, and you're like right next to the rocks, and so it was scenic, but also really scary, especially if you've never driven it before. If you drive it a few times, maybe you get used to it, but if you don't know what's around the corner, it's scary.
But once you come out of all that, you go through a big tunnel, the Eisenhower Town now, and then you go down like crazy, and then you end up here in this area called the Summit, which is stunning, gorgeous.
Another thing that makes it scary is like the steep grade, and you've got these giant semi-trucks on both sides. And they're supposed to be going slow, but it's still scary.
And at some point it says, truckers don't be fooled, 4 more miles of steep grade.
I appreciated their sense of humor there, but oh my god, that was scary.
For reference, here are the elevations of the peaks we're seeing in the distance. 11,000, 14,000, 14,000, 12,000, 11, 10, 13, 13, 9, 10, 12, 11.
And so for us, Mount Rainier is our tallest peak, and that's about 14,000. So this is like a ton of Mount Rainier. It's like all clustered next to each other, which is insane.
Yeah, in fact, in Colorado, there's 14,000 peaks, many of them, and in fact, 50-something of them as tall as Rainier. It's crazy. Like it's hard to put this into any context because I've never been to a place like with such concentration of mountains.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I have never felt like our car is too small like I have been here.
Yeah, just a little bit.
The state makes our car feel small.
It can do it, but it's scary.
Look, you can take a hike right up there. Let's take a little walk. Trails right off the scenic area, and in fact a better vantage point for the lake. I'm getting winded. The ascent and the descent actually made my legs wobbly.
Yeah.
A lot of elevation fast changing. Nice little forest here if you want to wipe away the stress and replace it with green. Yeah, stretch your legs as well. Do a mini hike in the forest. Go back to the madness. Hello.
I was going to yell at you and tell you to keep an eye out for the moose.
Oh, that's what that is.
Well, when you walk along here and you see a pile of them,
I just saw it.
if you see orange poop,
Yeah,
that's moose poop.
I just saw it. It's big.
Yeah.
Moose poop in there.
And
I just saw it.
during our work, he likes to attack the moose.
Oh wow.
But the point being is, it's an interesting thing that goes on with moose.
Interesting.
And he's been backed down by moose, and he's backed down moose. But again, if it's a cow with calves, you might have a problem.
Oh boy.
There's some big deer up here. Everything that's wild is a little bit dangerous, so
All right.
you already knew that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you very much for the warning. Thank you.
I was gonna holler at you, but I didn't think you were gonna go too far.
No, we weren't going far. Yeah, thank you. Have a good day. Well, apparently we're in moose territory now.
That's very good to know.
Yeah, and I did see droppings and they were big and I was like, what is that? And turns out it's moose.
Oh, there we go though. Welcome to the town of Breckenridge, and wow, look at those mountains over there.
Yeah.
You're like almost at the peak.
On the right is a huge trail system.
Yeah. In fact, this whole road, there's been like a bike path. You could be biking this whole thing. That would be real neat.
Serious exploration mission today.
Yeah.
We are in Breckenridge before nightfall. We avoided night driving, which I'm very glad for.
Yeah.
And now we're strolling into town.
Yeah, we're not really sure what's here in town, but it looked like, you know, like a resort town, like a bigger version of Whistler. That's kind of what we're likening it to so far based on what we've seen. I think we're about 9,600.
Almost 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
It feels that way.
Yep.
I feel a little queasy. I'm hoping tomorrow we see it in the sun. Looks like closing time is 10 o'clock for these restaurants, which is good. It's about an hour after sunset. Here's a map of this town. It's big.
It says there are nearly 100 restaurants and night spots.
Wow.
Hundreds of shops and boutiques. Very cool.
Very built up. I thought it wouldn't be this big. I thought it was tiny, honestly, on the map.
Big,
It looked tiny.
It's really big.
Welcome to the town of Breckenridge National Historic District, 1859. That's pretty old for American standards. We are completely aimlessly roaming here, but look at what we're finding. It's like on top of a mountain there's a ferry and there's a restaurant inside. Here it is. It's a sports bar. It looks like a ferry and it's in the middle of a mountain lake and it's surrounded by snow in June. Yeah, Colorado's developed really well. I mean, it puts Washington State to shame, honestly. And when I look at the number of tourists, it explains why. It's like 80-something million tourists last time they counted.
Sports bar.
Yeah.
Or a sports bar and restaurant on top. That's cool.
Yeah, so how's your first impression of Breckenridge?
I love it. Looks like there's a lot to do here. And
Yeah.
I like that it's lively even in the off season of sorts. I know it's 4 seasons, but you still imagine it's busiest during the winter. But it's still really lively.
This is what we're seeing downtown Breckenridge. Very gorgeous. It's almost unreal, looking like a cartoon or a painting.
That's pretty great.
So
Amazing
cool.
environment.
So cool. And they have this sample garden made by the river here. Very nice. Here's the river on the left and the gardens in front and the mountains in the back. A perfect little river runs through downtown. It's like picture perfect with crystal clear water. And it's just as delightful as it was last night, if not more, really.
Yeah, it looks really amazing in the daytime, and the weather is pleasantly warm for being late July. We thought it might be a little chilly because it got chilly last night, but Right now it's actually quite warm.
But it's also great to not be hot right now. It's just perfect. Breeze is gentle, and what is in front of us here is the Alpine Garden and the Alpine slopes. And this is what we're looking at. It's just so great. We learned that just a few days ago the downtown strip was converted into a walking zone.
That's right, so they shut down part of Main Street, closed it to cars, and a lot of the dining is spilling out onto the street, which is what I think a lot of restaurants are having to do because of COVID. They're giving people more outdoor options, which is nice because you can social distance that way.
We're strolling through Breckenridge, and it seems like they mostly just reopened all the things here.
Sounds like, yeah, June 1st is when things started to reopen. And actually the resort here isn't open until July 4th, which is kind of a shame because we really want to do the gondola, want to do the ski lifts, but understandable, but they have plans to reopen July 4th.
That's a week away.
But, yeah, if I look at their website is really, really good. I think it's probably the main tourism website here. And it looks really pro, but they've got, you know, all of the measures listed, like what's changed, what you need to be aware of, what's open, when it's opening. It's really, really organized.
Yeah, and what's really impressing us is on the ground they've done all the changes very quickly, and they work, and it gives you a sense of confidence, but it also shows you that they're very quick to adapt and to perform. They're not really in some kind of paralysis and don't know what to do with themselves. You know, tourism is their main income, and they're doing fast what they can to maintain it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, you know, we all got hit with this pandemic all around the same time. So you can judge based on, you know, what certain states or cities have done to adjust. We've all had about the same amount of time to do it. And certain places are obviously a little bit more organized than others.
Right. Yeah, they're making it work. It gives me the feeling that these people here don't sit around and, you know, complain, say, woe is me, and what are we gonna do? They've done all the things, and the place has come back to life now, altered, but good.
A good example would be, you know, like they're not waiting for one government mandated or city mandated sign about wearing your mask. Each business here has kind of made their own. And they look really great. The people are really following, you know, the requests, and you feel pretty safe as a result.
Yeah, and they enforce them strictly. They're serious. It's good. It's good to be here.
Yeah.
It shows you that the people have the right spirit.
Right.
Yeah. Here's crepes. You want to get a crepe?
Yeah.
All right, let's get crepes for breakfast.
Sounds good. It was busy last night.
Yeah. Even with our tight schedule, moving hundreds of miles a day, we're still saving time for hiking, because what's the point of only driving?
That's right. So, the gobrec.com I think was the website. I think it's like the main kind of tourism website for this area, and it's very, very organized. It's super easy to find a hike, and they kind of organize it based on how much time do you have? Are you downtown? Do you want to drive somewhere? So it's called the Carter Park Trailhead, but it's also the beginning point for a lot of longer hikes. We do need to make sure that we're following the right path here. Yeah, Snowflake Trailhead.
Nice. Here you have the warning to not crowd. Well made metal sign, not a paper one like in Seattle.
I'm telling you, the signage is great. Like, they all just kind of were like, hey, we need signage, somebody make it. It's like every little brand has their own. It's fast.
Yeah, here it tells you there are coyotes here. Do not run or turn your back. That is true. Dogs will bite you in the back. That's how the kind of animals they are.
Yes, you know.
This is what is cool about Colorado mountain towns. Immediately off downtown begin the trail systems.
Yeah, this was only like 0.2 miles away from the hotel, but since we just checked out, we drove to the trailhead, and of course there's a really nice parking lot.
Here's the signage. Dogs allowed, hikers allowed, bikers allowed. There's a difficult trail. I think that's what the diamond thing means. It tells you which way to follow. And here are the stairs they made for this. And lodges are right here. Here we have some pretty hardcore mountain bikers. Sharing the trail with bikers here, but the good news is it's no longer that steep after the staircase.
Yeah, looks like it. It's like a winding path through these trees.
Yeah.
So neat.
The maps say moderate walking path.
Yeah. I wonder if these become ski trails in the winter.
Snowshoe, I believe.
Snowshoe, yeah.
On this side and over there, yes, ski. There's a hill over here, I think the top of this one, which is almost at 10,000 feet. Which, by the way, is why we're panting so much, not because we're unfit.
It's tough. It really gets to you when you're going uphill.
Yeah, we hike a lot, but we live on the sea level, so this is a bit tougher for us.
Elevation changes is tough. Takes some getting.
We're walking through the forest. It says entering private property, but it does let you pass through, and in fact the trail arrows point in. And there's a little area here which looks it's probably for the cabin, yeah, but
we're just admiring it because yeah, look at they made like chairs with like and little teepees. That's so cool.
Yeah, they're bushcrafting here, and someone's sharing their private property and allows people to pass on the trail, which is really awesome to see. Why hoard the forest? Here they're bushcrafting, making sheds and teepees and campsites. This is the technical stuff they were warning about. But you have an alternative if you don't want to get up on it. You have 3 ways of going through, and they have difficulties. That's nice. So this is the double black diamond, which is really narrow. It's like 3 times my foot width, and it's long, so it's easy to wipe out right here. And if you stop too, you kind of start falling off it. We did manage to find a little clearing out there.
And the sun came out just as we got here.
How's your adaptation to mountain living going?
I feel better now. We must not have been climbing as hard. Those stairs were hard, but after the stairs it does even out a bit. And you get to catch your breath and you actually get to enjoy it.
This is great because normally when I go to ski resorts in the summer, you take the slopes that have the lifts, and they're really steep, and you see people going down like suicide.
Straight down, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm always like, I'll never do this, but this I would actually totally do.
You can do it fast, you can actually do it slow. Like those two ladies just did it slow, and it's like you just kind of work up to your comfort level.
Yeah, it's totally fine. And then you get these vistas as you're biking down. And right down there, we're in the clear.
This weather is insane! Even in June! Oh my god.
We're in a storm.
Yep, a full-on storm is coming.
Another din, another couple of mountain passes in the pouring rain. It's become like a constant while we're in here. Some of the hardest driving, but I've never done this many mountain passes in my life, and it's been like 5 days in Colorado.
The nice thing we can be reassured about is that there's a Honda in front of us who does not have all-wheel drive, so if he can make it, we can make it.
I don't know if he's high. Here's a point I want to make. Colorado advertises the cannabis for tourism all the time. It's in all the pamphlets in the magazines. However, if you're doing what we're doing, which is the only way to do Colorado properly, by car, you don't want to smoke on these roads. Smoking and driving is the worst idea here. You'll be so scared. So the guy or girl in the Honda we were just making fun of for driving very, very sloppily on a mountain pass just turned around and went back. He couldn't take it, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, look out there. This is exactly what it's like being in Colorado right now. You're like, oh, blue sky is pretty. Then this giant dark cloud comes over you. And it's not necessarily just a light rain shower like it is in the Northwest. It could be pouring rain and like super gusty winds. Could be hail, like you don't know what's in it. So it's been a little scary, and they come really suddenly. Like we were just doing that hike and we were like, oh, it's pleasant, so nice out, and all of a sudden it starts pouring.
Driving stuff here. Don't get high. Driving crazy mountain passes today at the very crest of the Rocky Mountains here in Colorado, and somewhere there in the distance is the tallest peak in Colorado, Mount Helensburg. Susie's trying to identify it.
What's funnier is it looks like beyond that is a mountain called Mount Massive, but for some reason Elbert is actually taller.
Something ominous is going on here because we were walking down the street in Breckenridge last night, and there was Colorado checklist and of all the things you have to do, and one of those things was to drive Independence Pass, and I was like, I wonder where that is. And we start driving today, and then we start seeing these signs. Independence Pass is open, limit of vehicle 35 feet, it's open. So it makes it sound like the toughest of all the mountain passes, and we just entered it. So we're gonna have some fun, and my only hope is the weather stays good. They weren't kidding, this is the craziest mountain pass ever. We just came from down there somewhere and we climbed almost completely vertically all the way here. 10 miles per hour limit on the turns. Very cool. It's probably the highest we've ever driven.
The highest and definitely the most summits and peaks. You know, because you can get up, you can get fairly close to Rainier, Baker, Mount Hood, but man, there's just so many here. We don't even know the names of them, but
there are too many.
They're amazing. Yeah, they're all amazing.
It looks like if you just walk up this gravel here and you'll get to a summit. Independence Pass selfie. Climbed the highest paved road across the Continental Divide, which is really the highest point of the Rockies. Now we know better what the Continental Divide is, because if you are an early explorer, you follow rivers, and you get to this point here in the Rockies where there are no rivers that you can climb because they all originate here. And on each side of the divide, they go either east or west. But while you're in these mountains, you cannot find the river to follow, so going through these passes is extremely difficult for explorers early on, and now these roads are really doing wonders for us to be able to see this. Looks like this Casco Peak is one of the highest in this La Plata right there. Yeah, that's La Plata. That's the highest right here at 14,343 feet. Here it's extremely cold in the winter and windy, and some lichen thrives, and even ants. It's very, very interesting. This is something like day 11, 12, I don't even know, I'm losing count, but we have seen so much. My mind is reaching capacity at this point. The Continental Divide, Independence Pass, the much cooler one, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, now actually begins the harder, more nerve-wracking part, the decline. It's amazing how far this little car has taken us.
It's a great car.
It
It's
is.
definitely a step up from a car we had before.
That's true, oh my god, the brakes, remember? Oh.
I could not have done it in my little Sentra.
Yeah, you couldn't make me do this.
So, yeah. know, we were just up on that summit and it was wide open, it was sunny, and weather felt wonderful, and then you come down and it gets dark, like scary dark, and it goes back to just this Colorado weather and these clouds. When these clouds kind of descend, they are so thick and dark and you're not really sure what's in them.
This was the coolest driving I've ever done, probably.
Yes, Independence Pass, it deserves to be on the Colorado bucket list, so definitely try to do it if you can, but it looks like it's seasonal. You can reach out and touch rocks. Oh wow, you can see the rain kind of coming in. Wow.
Backing up here now, I hope.
So this is kind of like a one-lane road. Look at this. It's not very, yeah, it's not obvious, but yeah, it is. This weather is insane. Even in June. Oh my god. Yep, a full-on storm is coming.
So
oh my God.
I was praying that this weather doesn't catch us when the road is open and you're hanging off the edge, which I got my wish.
Yeah.
But now it's still not really over, and we're getting massive raindrops and really strong winds.
Yep. And that is what's terrifying about doing the outdoor activities here. Like, it changes incredibly fast.
You can't see anything anymore.
Wow.
Now the rocks are coming because of the floods.
Yeah, really. Like, this is like flood kind of conditions. So at the bottom of this hill, there's a campground called Difficult Campground, and you'd have to be insane to want to camp in this kind of weather.
So here's the issue. Right now that we're lower, the water saturation is becoming really a lot, and it's falling down from the slopes as well, so the road is flooding very fast, and all it takes is one hydroplane and you're off the mountain. So it's really dangerous. You guys remember that one car that got scared in the very beginning and backed out?
It was probably a wise decision.
We came into Aspen through a huge storm and we arrived into our lodging here, the Mountain Chalet, next to St. Regis on the other side.
So the rain came down really hard, but it looks like it's already started drying up. So that's good news.
Still kind of chilly though. I feel underdressed, but we'll see. Now we're gonna go explore what this place is about.
Maybe we should put pants on.
Yeah, let's go dress up a bit more. One of the coolest things I think we found about Colorado is that all the small towns that are popular with tourists have trail systems beginning right from downtown. You simply park your car or get up from your room and you get on the trail immediately in 5 minutes. And big networks exist starting from every downtown.
The other nice thing is that they've really documented these trails well. So yeah, they have like these maps and they're positioned in different places, and their online maps have also been really great. It's because there's some areas that don't really give you all of the possible trails, and then it's harder to go out and do things. But here, they're encouraging you to go out, pick a trail, and just start walking.
Let's try this one here, the Hunter Creek Trail. Another really cool thing is that you often see signs that this is private property, but it's effectively being donated to the community by letting it become a park. This is the kind of environment you could have if you lived in Aspen. Your own lodge with your own creek and a staircase which takes you right to the river. I'm pretty sure this is what this place is all about. And right there is the ski slope. So you have it all right here in pristine beauty. Another amazing example about what living in Aspen gives you and why it's so famous is this kind of place where it's a clearing in the forest and you see how everyone has a piece of paradise to themselves over the river here in the valley. Simply very pleasant, just like a mountain village. It's a countryside type of experience, your own personal escape. Downtown you have these trails. It's your own little forest paradise. And we emerge in town.
Welcome, welcome. Nice view.
Wow.
That was a nice trail.
What an environment.
I liked it.
Yeah.
That was really fun to just be curious about something and just follow it and be like, I wonder what's at the end. That was really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, this open feeling is so good right here. You're in the countryside. High mountain countryside. We're walking through Aspen, just through random neighborhood streets. And I think that's actually the best thing to do in this town, to actually find out why people like it and why it's so famous.
We're on West Smuggler Street, and this is Triangle Park behind us for reference. But yeah, we're just admiring all the houses here. I always like doing that. I did that a lot growing up in Hawaii. I used to just do my Sunday morning runs through the nice neighborhoods and you just kind of daydream about the houses.
Yeah, and you can inspire yourself and see these environments that are created with perfection, to perfection. Mm-hmm. And here's what we're seeing. And up on there are the mountains that you can ski. All of the cottages is like a fairy tale perfection. Mm-hmm. We woke up at 7 o'clock in Aspen and we decided to take a morning hike.
So we're on the Smuggler's Trail?
Yes.
On Smuggler's Mountain. There's actually a mine that we walked by on the way down. It's already open, so maybe on the way back, because right now the sun is out there, not really on us. So maybe when we come back, the sun will actually be on the mountain, or on the mine, so we can go check it out.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you get the views right away. There's the whole valley here in front of you. Climbed up on top of the Smuggler Mountain Trail here, and you get a very nice overlook of the whole valley where Aspen is situated. It's not a very hard trail, but if you're not used to the oxygen, it does get a bit hard. But it's what people seem to do in the morning just to start their day and to get their routine fitness level up. We're coming down the mountain now and more people are coming out biking it and hiking it. It seems like the most popular spot here. And of course the view of Aspen is great here. And it really just shows you what Aspen is. It's just a little mountain town, almost a village nestled in this valley. Many people have very large houses obviously, which are very expensive, but if you really wanted to, you can just rent a room for a weekend or two and just enjoy the same thing they do. It's not really untouchable. Turns out there's a mine tour right by downtown Aspen.
It's called Smuggler Mine, which makes sense because that was the Smuggler Trail. And I think the mountain is also called Smuggler. And it's by appointment only, so unfortunately we can't do the tour, but now that we know about it, we'll try, ooh, a bunny. We'll try to make a better effort next time. If you had to be working in the mines all day, at least you can come out to this every day.
One last stop in Aspen before we take off.
The gondola! We're gonna see if it's free or not.
Yeah. Oh, it's not. It says purchase tickets inside. So, Telluride, free gondola. One last thing to mention about Aspen. You know, it's obviously a very nice place, but it's also famous for being the residence of Hunter Thompson, who wrote famous things like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and the Rum Diaries and so on. And he's really kind of the founder, or at least one of the founders, of American counterculture. And back in my early 20s, when I was thinking of being a writer, he was a huge influence. And if you think about it, what he invented is called the gonzo journalism style. And what that means is you make the journalist or the storyteller a central part of the story. And if you think about it, that's actually what we do at YouTube. So his influence still remains even generations later in people like us. And we don't try to be counterculture or anything like that, but the method of storytelling he invented is also valid for us. We're about to leave Aspen with very good impressions, and one of the things we did not put on camera was our first fine dining experience in about 4 months.
So we kind of lucked out because we were just walking around looking for dinner last night, and we saw this place with some nice outdoor seating, and we just kind of walked up and we're like, hey, can we sit down? And they kind of looked at their menus or their reservations and we're like, no, we're fully booked. And they're like, oh wait, we have one table that's open. So we snagged the only open table and got to sit outside. It was really pleasant, and it was called Clark's Aspen.
Yeah, and the food was among the best, maybe because we haven't had fine dining for a long time, and we used to all the time, especially since Susie works in the industry. We used to eat out like crazy, and we've been off it just cooking at home for 4 months, like everybody else pretty much. But here in Aspen, the fine dining was open, and I had one of the best burgers ever in my life, I think, there.
Yeah, so we ordered 3 plates and just shared it, and 2 of those plates were actually Spanish inspired. Well, 4 plates if you count dessert. So 2 of them were Spanish inspired. The first one was a Spanish octopus, and you know, despite the fact that we're landlocked, I guess we didn't care last night because we ordered it. It was amazing, had really great textures, and one of the best preparations of octopus I think I've had in a long time, if maybe ever.
Yeah, same with the burger. And then we also had a chicken, which was very good. And finally we had a Basque take on the almond cake, and we had cherries and ice cream. It was just so amazing.
It was really, really good. But yeah, we chose not to vlog that just so we could kind of relax, take in the atmosphere. But we did take some photos on a cell phone, so I'll go ahead and show those to you.
Yeah, so fine dining, exquisite hiking here, super nice weather today, and the river walk yesterday was magical. So yeah, Aspen is definitely recommended. It's a nice place, very nice place. It's not very obvious at first why it's so hyped, and once you immerse into what actually people do here, then you realize why. We left Aspen this afternoon and we drove west straight for a while, and then all the scenery changed and we passed a bunch of canyons and we made it to the Colorado National Monument, which now on this side of Colorado, it's next to the border with Utah, and it looks a lot more like Utah than what we saw in the Rocky Mountains. So this place is a canyon on the Colorado River, from what I understand, and it looks a bit like Zion, honestly. Not exactly the same, but it's a similar environment, so we're gonna check that out. Apparently there's a scenic road for about 23 miles, and then you get to some views. Here roaming, and I have very vague instructions for an Airbnb in this really huge canyon, and it's been an issue trying to find it. I input the GPS coordinates, that took me to the middle of nowhere. I'm calling the number, it's not getting picked up.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
There's barely any signal around here. You have to be exactly in the little bit of civilization there is. And this general store is not even open here. But we also found another car looking for the same person in the same area for a room as well. So it's not clear how to check into it. But the host has a lot of good reviews, so it's not bogus. So the only thing that remains to do is drive back where the pin is, that we have the little bit of a coordinate. Sure, it's beautiful here. Picked up on some other one down the road, but that one is also in the middle of nowhere. However, when you get to the other one, what you see is exactly what the picture has, but there is no room there. And so the only other remaining lead, actually we have two remaining leads. One is a guy was looking for the same person, and he just went somewhere over here. I don't know what he did. And so if we find him, maybe he knows something more by now. The other thing is that I did spot some road just earlier when we were down here, and there was a property there, and that's the last option that we can figure out around here. Yeah. So they found themselves a little cabin and the way to it. It's unclear what we do. Is there an address here? Yeah, that's our address.
Oh.
That's it.
Alright then.
Barging. They have a tractor? Now we're rolling up to someone's house with no indication whose it is, if it's what we need. Or what?
Looks a little empty, but there's a sprinkler going.
There's a sprinkler and a tractor.
And no vehicle.
No vehicle. Maybe she's looking for us.
Yeah. It's worth going up to it, I guess. It's the right address.
That is true.
We have good cause to be here.
Hello? Is anybody here? This is the big geography that I saw on the picture. A sprinkler indicates someone does live here. Maybe we proceed down the road because
I was thinking that, yeah.
This thing is good at...
Might be more stuff down there.
Yeah, let's see. There's more this way.
Yeah.
Hello. Are you Jody?
Yes.
Ah, we found you.
He's really nice. He just doesn't get out. He'll bark if you like to on.
Okay.
Are you my Airbnb guest?
I am Martin, yes,
Martin,
Airbnb,
okay.
yes.
So, sorry, let me, I was just throwing some firewood out here, so let me turn around and take you back up to the house.
Okay.
And then I'll show you around real quick.
Okay. So we figured this place out, and it's actually amazing, even though it's hard to find.
Right down there.
We were told this hill there gives you a supreme vista, which we're gonna use for sunset right now. And the storm is going that way, so there's some showers remaining in the air. We climbed up here, and no joke, it's one of the best views. And especially with these clouds now, because of the storm, this is what we're seeing right here. There's no civilization in sight other than some RV there, which I think is also a guess. It was definitely an adventure finding it, but once you find it, it's enchanting. How's it going?
Got quite the chorus in here.
There are crickets with us in the room, so it's gonna be a all-night chorus. Hopefully it's actually soothing and makes you sleep instead of waking up all night.
There are worse insects. It could be worse. We've had worse, actually. We've had the whole army of ants come through in the middle of the night.
We've also had leeches in the shower.
Yes, we've had leeches. We've had a frog in the shower, in fact, a little tiny frog, so yeah, we're a little used to rustic. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah, it's right up here. Oh. One of them is.
This is yet another reason to always travel with earplugs, because you never know what kind of sounds there might be. You hear that, right? It just stopped. They're so random. Oh.
Or they can scream all night.
I don't know. We're gonna find out. That's a nice sound. Well, it goes for a while.
Wow.
That's cool. Maybe if you do that, they'll be quiet.
Can do like a Tai Chi master. Make a slow dance. Pro 2. Up in the middle of the canyon, and we're leaving our rustic Airbnb right now, and even though Utah is right over the hills there, we have to go around a bunch to get to Moab, so we still have a lot of canyon driving ahead of us, so let's see how that goes. Should be quite interesting. We're traveling in a canyon along the Dolores River, and this is some of the most remote and isolated empty places we've seen on this trip, and it's in western Colorado. I guess this part of the USA never saw any development almost. Early on some Spanish explorers came, but it was so far from Mexico and the rest of their empire, so they didn't do much here. And then some mining was attempted, but it looks like abandoned shortly. And over here you can see some crazy tracks hanging off the edge of the canyon down there. It was longer in the past, but They were trying to haul something out of the mountains, and it was soon after abandoned, and it looks like after that nothing was ever done here. It's a beautiful place and almost completely empty of human development. We've arrived in Moab, Utah. Everything looks like Mad Max. So the drive from Gateway, Colorado to Moab, we took the southern route, and it was mind-bending. For 2.5 hours there was no gas stations, no food, no coffee. Often you hang on the edge of a canyon. It's beautiful, but we were in a rush to get coffee, so we got no footage. So we have to take her word for it. If you want to go somewhere where there's nobody but you, go there.
Go there.
So we drove through Arches, and it's hot as hell. No joke. Even the hikes are called like Devil's Garden and things like that. So now we're looking for ice cream until it cools off so we can hike it. We got our desert ice cream. It's the best idea ever. And we just probably have to wait another hour till we can safely do Arches without roasting. Mad Max land.
Almost 6 p.m. and it's still hot as hell.
Oh well, it's okay.
The temperature is supposed to get down to 89 at 9 p.m. So
it sucks.
by then we might feel better.
This is our last day in the desert. It's finally cooled off to the point where it's tolerable hiking, and there's actually shade because the sun is low.
The temperature itself is still like in the upper 90s, but yeah, because we're now in the shade, we can actually walk for a little bit. And so we're here at Park Avenue, which is one of the first sort of long hikes that you can do when you first enter the park. But they say that it's called Park Avenue because of the geological skyscrapers that are here.
I see. So I guess this is the New York of Utah. Hopefully this rock that's been standing here for 1,000,000 years doesn't decide to fall right now.
I always think that. I'm like, this better not be the one time where it decides, oh, I'm done. But yeah, this is balanced rock.
Watch it closely. Make sure it doesn't make any motion. Utah is the most crazy place.
It really is. That's pretty cool. It's like a giant dinosaur egg. And it is 7:25. And look, we almost have the whole place to ourselves. So, come in the evening.
It stands tall and proud.
It does. Oh, the moon! That's pretty cool.
Oh, the moon is there. Alright, here's a question everyone is asking. How are the arches formed? So erosion, rainwater dissolves the natural cement that holds the sandstone together. So it's about the kind of stone it is. Here's an arch in the forming, which is being hollowed out like a cave, and later it will give out and become an arch. Alright, at like 7 o'clock we get to our first arch.
8 o'clock.
Oh, it's 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
That's why I started feeling better.
Perfect, yeah, we don't feel like we're dying. Most of the crowds are leaving. So yeah, we should have better photo ops right now.
Let's go under the arch.
Under the arch? Our first arch?
You see?
And hopefully it doesn't collapse after.
You see, it brings 1,000 years of luck.
Oh really?
Yes.
Under our rock arch?
That's right.
I've not heard this. Who says that?
Me.
You. Alright. Yes, we say that. So if you now do it too, you will also get 1,000 years of good luck.
That's right. It's pretty impressive from this angle. I like it. The sun is still high and burning even though it's 8 o'clock. This thing does look like a house with a turret. Fun to climb around these arches. It's half the fun here. And the sandstone has really good grip. You don't slip. You did it.
Alright, so it is now 9:48 p.m. and the stars are starting to come out. I want to try to get kind of a creative shot with these arches, maybe with some stars through them, just because every shot known to man has been taken in this park. So making an effort to try something different. How the heck is there a frog here?
No, seeing me there are mosquitoes biting me.
Wow. That's so funny.
Well, I'm going up there into the nothingness. I'm inside the arch, but my light is too weak to illuminate it. I climbed one of the arches. It's the biggest, coolest one actually. It's really nice. I took amazing shots of the arch at night, and this is the cool one. It's complex in shape, so you can get creative.
The nice thing is it's a half moon, so I always thought the moon was bad because I like being able to see the Milky Way and seeing more constellations, but it's actually really cool with the arches because that moon is illuminating them, giving us some really nice color.
We got the very last spot here to see the main hike in the Arches Park.
The delicate arch, yes, and it was the same yesterday at the windows, got the last spot, so we've been on a roll here. But this morning it is 8 a.m. So if you're coming during normal times when it's not the coronavirus pandemic, then you may want to get here earlier than that because it does seem really popular already.
Yeah, this thing is the state symbol of Utah. It's on the license plate, you know, the welcome signs, and people keep coming into crowd over here.
Mm-hmm. And so the other thing too is that there's also viewpoints. You can see it from farther away. And we did that last night, but the thing is you are so far away that if you don't have a 400mm lens, you don't really see it. So I think the hike is actually the best viewpoint that you're ever going to get of it.
The viewpoint is kind of pointless.
Mm-hmm. It is, yeah. It wasn't worth it.
But the best part is the clouds.
Yeah, we're so lucky that it's cloudy right now. Because yeah, it makes for dynamic imagery, but also we're not burning.
That matters a lot more.
Yeah, it matters.
It's not that hard.
It's not. It does seem difficult, but I think it was because we spent a week in the mountains.
No.
At high altitude.
We're just hikers. If you don't hike, if you come from the plains or the city, maybe it's hard. This part is supposed to be trickier. Crowded here. A toddler did it, can't be that hard. And now we find the whole herd of people. waiting to take a picture. Very nice. Alright, let's do this. We saw the symbol of Utah up close. It's cool. It's really cool. It's a little too popular.
It's windy. It's a little scary.
Did you feel the religious experience?
Kinda, yeah. I didn't even go all the way.
Overall, the hike is quite easy. Only if you have some kind of crippling fear of heights, you won't make it.
Like the line here is for the bathroom, which good thing I don't need to use it. But right now it is 9:30 a.m. during this so-called pandemic, and this place is packed. So parking gets really tough pretty early in the morning, but the nice thing is it's a relatively short hike. We got here, it took us maybe an hour and a half in total, so if you can time it just right so that people are leaving, then you might be able to wait and get a spot. But we're back there, yeah, we're at the end. So yeah, you kind of take your chances. I actually think getting here before sunrise or sunset is among the riskier times, because you can bank on a lot of people getting here for that moment and they're not going to be leaving. So if you come maybe slightly after that, which is what we did, then you actually can hit it where people have just seen sunrise and then they're leaving. So you have to be a little strategic about that. So some lucky person is gonna get our spot.
Oh, it's 20 degrees colder.
Can you see my breath?
Yeah, we can see your breath. Yesterday we were at 100 degrees in the desert.
Alright, we are departing Moab. And it's actually not that hot right now. It's only 91 degrees. So,
We're finally leaving the desert for this trip, and we're gonna spend the rest of the time in the mountains. So from here we're going to Park City, and the drive honestly looks not so exciting, and it's really long. It's like 4.5 hours. But that's kind of the thing about Utah. It has a lot to see, but it has a lot of empty spaces in between, so you just have to drive hard to get to things. Across the desert, it was so desolate. There was just dust and not even plants. It was just the craziest thing. That middle part of Utah is basically worthless.
it's also really windy, and it's like a 2-lane road, like one way on each side. And so sometimes when these like semis are coming by and they like blast by, you have to hold on a little bit so your car doesn't go out of control. And you see like skid marks for some cars that do lose control. So you gotta be pretty careful when you're crossing, especially if it's windy out.
Well, another day, another mountain pass, and another rain. It's a pattern down here, it seems, in the summer. So all these mountain passes we've done, we've had to do them in the pouring rain, which is a little bit scary, but...
It starts to explain why everything around here is green.
Nearly 5-hour journey is over, 4.5 or so. Maybe I speeded a little, so it's 4 something, I don't know. But we did drive an hour earlier in the park, in Arches. So 5 hours of driving, we're finally in Park City at 4 p.m. And you know the place, so I'm expecting you to show me all the great food around here. This is our lodge right here, the Marriott Vacation Club, which I got pretty cheap because, you know, pandemic. So let's see what they got for us.
Alright, we have made it. Very spacious bathroom. A little kitchen area. And a sitting area. Nice bed and TV.
I think the view is the best.
Yeah, right, that's pretty stunning actually.
Right downtown under the chairlift.
This is the Marriott Vacation Club. It can be yours too for a not so bad price actually.
Not right now.
Yeah, when you can't ski, obviously.
Yeah.
That's hilarious to me that they shut down the street right now because they don't even do that for Sundance.
Yeah.
Huh, interesting. I guess,
Sundance.
yeah, there's more people here during a festival, but okay.
Here's the best thing about this Marriott. We just exited through the door and we're downtown.
Yay, so lively.
Yeah, there's not a single person inside. Opposed to Breckenridge, which was very lively. And Aspen, which was probably as tame as it usually is, but people were there.
This is my 5th time in Park City. This is my first time in Park City not during an event. And yeah, it's slightly more lively during an event.
Yeah, it could be the pandemic.
Slightly.
The pandemic is hitting Utah hard, but
Maybe.
you think out-of-towners are taking advantage of this area. I'm interested in food because we just hit a frozen burrito at the hotel.
Which is actually pretty good.
It was not a bad burrito.
Yeah.
That's what they started doing for the breakfast. They give you a frozen burrito to microwave in your room.
Also, when I've come here, all of these shops and restaurants, they get converted into private event spaces. So I've never actually seen them fully open.
Yeah, they're not fully open right now either, so nice lodging though. I really like all the houses here.
Yeah, the houses around them.
The biggest reason we're in Park City is that it's on our way back to Idaho and eventually back to Washington. But the reason we stopped exactly here is that we're kind of doing a comparison between the mountain towns of Washington and Idaho and Utah and Colorado. So it's good to see because this one is one of the most prominent in the West. We've been to Whistler, we've been to a lot of them by now. This one is quite built up, I have to say. Let's see what Banksy did in Park City. Did he also smash that to fit his mural? Well, the mood appears a bit suppressed here since it's a global pandemic, it's raining and there appears to be a huge fire.
Like, yeah, not really what we expected for this trip, but hey, that's okay. We will be back to ski sometime because it looks really phenomenal in the snow as well.
But it feels nice to walk down the street in the middle when there's no crowd. There are some people, it's just not that lively. Waiting for a seat at the saloon in the rain. This place is huge.
Yeah, it is. It's a distillery, plus there's food.
Forward. Double rye, more dry, more spicy, more herbal, bright and floral. Younger blended rye compared to rendezvous rye.
Looks like good times ahead to me. Bourbon is my favorite spirit.
I know.
Well, in addition to a lot of whiskey, we also got a lot of food.
Yeah.
It's the morning after and the rain has stopped for the moment, but it's cold, it's 20 degrees colder.
Can you see my breath?
Yeah, we can see your breath. Yesterday we were at 100 degrees in the desert.
Yeah, when we got here it was, what, 70s maybe?
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the forecast was like, oh, it's gonna jump down to like 50 the next day. We're like, we'll see about that. But we just got out. It's cold.
And at night at 30s. It's crazy.
This town's so dead.
Yeah, it's completely dead.
Weird. Wow, no joke.
Yeah, it became winter. Aspen had a lot more people in Breckenridge. Looks like a nice town, but yeah, it's totally empty. There we go. Now open for dining. Got a mask up like we're about to rob the place. I like breakfast. We slept for like 10 hours.
We needed it.
It was a great idea. Oh, this place is very nice.
Are you the vlogger?
Yes, we are.
Oh!
Yes, we're gonna enjoy Since we're in Park City, there's like all these conditions, there's nobody almost, but we will enjoy the good food anyway. That's one thing we haven't been able to get when we're driving through many desolate places. It's so cold, Park City has turned into a ghost town and we had to put on winter clothes before we do our monstrous 5-hour drive. We have to get a bit of motion in.
So if you do come to Park City, I also recommend trying to get up to Deer Valley, which is about a 4-minute drive away. It's a little bit more exclusive, but they usually have a ski lift that runs for winter, but also for summer. And normally I try to do that, but it's so cold, I'm not sure it's a good idea to get on top of a huge mountain right now.
So this is where you've been coming?
Yes, the marker is this Mexican restaurant here.
I thought it was the statue of the wolf man. Yes, work off the sausage from last night at the saloon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 30 seconds later.
It's short. It's very vertical.
And it's cold and oxygen is scarce.
Yes.
Access to Park City through the trails. Awesome.
Yeah. It's so crazy green. Usually it's black, it's covered with snow.
I like it this way.
Yeah.
Here's town. Came here to do mountain hiking with best air ever. There was a fire, but it's been put out by the rain, so the air is back to good. We took a very nice trail and now we're above the town, but it's starting to rain again and we're going deeper into the woods, so it might be good to turn now. We're continuing. If it rains hard, we just change and keep rolling. We have clothes in the bag. Can't turn down a chance for hiking in the Rockies. So beautiful and green. We found mountain flowers, wildflowers. This is one of the main things I really love about the Rockies so far. You're really high up in the mountains, it's really cold here, but you get deciduous forest. And that's not the case where we live up north.
And even though it's cold, if you come up like the hill, like I'm already really warm, having to shed my layers. So when you start hiking, especially up a hill, you'll get comfortable really quickly even when it's cold.
That's true, this chilly weather is perfect for hiking actually. You don't want to hike in the heat. And these are actually the ski slopes we're doing. Right here, skiers would be going. There's even some facilities, lights I think.
Ski right into town.
Yeah, you ski into town along this slope. And you catch your lift in town, so if you want to break in a warm drink and a snack right there, take your skis off and do it. Come back up, ski. It's kind of the flip side of winter ski resorts. You come in the summer, there are no crowds, it's cheap. And here in the Rockies, just like in Europe, trails begin right from the mountain towns. So you can do that kind of tourism in the summer. And we're paying under $100 to stay in the Marriott in Park City, which is kind of unheard of. Here we found the lift you would be using for skiing to come up here, and then you'll be going down through these trails to the city.
It's so green. I'm very impressed with the color and just the vibrancy. Because yeah, in the winter everything is just white and it has its own charm, but you don't realize like how much life is under all that snow. And when the snow goes away, it's like, it's an amazing forest.
And this is in the middle of deserty, dry, hot Utah. So it's an escape, it's an oasis. We found amazingly well preserved rain on top of a rose bush or something like that.
Yeah, wow, those droplets. We're not even high. We're like naturally high.
We're high up in the mountains.
Freaking out like, oh my god, water on the leaf.
Now we're walking among the aspens. Beautiful. High elevation aspen grove. Very green at the bottom. And they're all white and they look like they have eyes looking at you. I come from such a country too where there are trail systems near every town and the whole country is crossable on foot.
These Ultra shoes have been doing so well for us. These are the Ultra Superiors. And they're really great because they have these toe boxes. So especially if you have wider feet, and even if you don't, it's just nice to give your toes room to spread out.
We're going deep. Utah is a barren desert, right? Right. We have to find our way through this desert because it's a bit hard to see. There we go. Yes, I think this is our trail to loop back into town. You're feeling the romance?
So cool!
And we just finished our trail. Sweeney's Switchbacks, by the way, the name. Exactly where we began, so one end, another end, it loops, you get a perfect walk through the forest.
It is 11:15. So yeah, I want to say that was maybe 40 minutes or something, 30, 40.
Yeah.
So great little hike. There's plenty more too if you want to keep going.
Infinite.
And we only ran into a couple of people, so it could be the weather. I don't know, maybe it's busier when it's sunnier, but it is nice kind of having the whole place to yourself.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I wanted out of Park City. After the desert, we shook that dried up feeling, the hot, sweaty feeling. Now it feels completely refreshed and clean and pure and chilled out.
And when you think about it, that's one of the reasons why we like the Northwest. I mean, it's not a desert town, it's not a beach town, but we have this nice, just kind of cold weather, but it's not freezing cold, but it's enough where it invigorates you as opposed to hot desert heat, where all you want to do is lie around and do nothing. Here you do a hike like this, now you're like, I'm energized, I'm ready to go, and it's such a good feeling.
After your morning hike at this elevation, then you come down the mountain, you feel like a total beast.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
You're ready to start your day.
It's amazing.
It's so great.
Alright, now we're gonna get in our car and drive to Sun Valley, our next destination. We'll see you from there. It's quite far away, so we have audio books to keep us going.
Nice.
This is our last day in Utah.
I know, sad, but it was a great time.
I love Utah.
We'll be back for sure.
This was my first time in Utah. I'm very impressed.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting it's your first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will be back.
Yes, we'll be back. Lodging right here, hiking right here, and downtown right there. We're for the first time in this trip backtracking through the stretch between Salt Lake City and Twin Falls, Idaho. And once again, it looks like we're heading straight through an enormous rain cloud. Yeah, there's a national park here called Craters of the Moon. Wow. I really wanted to see it, but right now it's the worst weather we've seen in a long time.
We just passed the ice caves too, so this is kind of a cool area here, but not right now.
Oh, and by the way, the forecast also says tonight is becoming like 32 or 35 degrees where we're going. It's already 46 right now, so it's only a 10-degree drop to there, so it's very believable. It might even freeze tonight.
Yep. We are listening to an audiobook about Ernest Hemingway. And that's, a good tip for these long drives. There's a lot of different ways to kind of occupy yourself. Music is obviously one. But another thing that you can do is download either podcasts or audiobooks. And if it's audiobooks, a really good idea is to find books or subjects about the places that you're going. So Hemingway is one of our topics. And then yesterday we were listening to Lewis and Clark because it talked about their discovery of like the areas that we were in, and it just puts it into context a little bit more when you're actually in those spots, and you can really appreciate everything that they went through to make the discoveries. This rain is crazy.
Wow, we did it. This was the hardest drive of our entire road trip. It was entirely through a rainstorm, and we came here to Ketchum, Idaho, and there's no rain right now.
It was long. It's like 5:15 right now.
Crazy. I lost track of time completely.
Drive.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. After 5 hours of driving through rain. But we came here in Sun Valley, and this Best Western is basically for ourselves so far. I haven't seen a single other guest. We're exploring Ketchum, which is right next to Sun Valley Resort, and one common thing we've seen in all these Rocky Mountain towns, yes, Rocky Mountain towns, is that their trail systems begin right from downtown, and that's superb. So right here we have a map, and it shows you like this is downtown, and that's Sun Valley Resort, and that's the entire trail system, and all that is walkable. That's amazing.
The other thing we're noticing about these towns is that they're really well marked. So you can find these like really great maps. You can find just little markers telling you, oh, there's a spring that way, there's a park that way. So it makes it really walkable and really fun to enjoy.
It's paved, so it's for bikers for now.
Bikers or walkers? I don't know.
Yeah. It's right off downtown. And there are
Maybe
flowers.
It's a cross-country route
Yes.
in the winter.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
We just ran into a fox, literally. I was just saying days ago that I really want to see a fox. You just ran that way.
I went that way.
Yes, you got the fox running towards us.
So we just saw the fox, and luckily I had my camera right here thanks to this cotton carrier strap. So all it was right here, and I'm kind of walking and then we see a fox. Oh, it's back. I'll demonstrate it right now how it works. It wants to go that way for some reason. Wow.
That is so amazing.
So, as I was saying, sometimes you see a fox and you're like, oh shoot, you know, if your camera's in your bag, you have to, let me open this up, let me pull my camera out, let me get my settings right. But no, I had it right here so that when the fox came twice, I was able to just be like, oh my gosh, I'm ready to start shooting. So yeah, really good to have your camera really close by to you as long as you're in a safe place.
And then I had the GoPro immediately ready to go for the sake of the narrative, because that's what's happening first person view.
Yeah, so kind of work as a team like that, and then later on we're able to stitch it together in post-production and make a film or a vlog.
We are now looking for the fox, and I picked the trail that looks the most like fox-like.
You're gonna think like a fox.
Exactly. So this is the trail, and I think this is its fresh tracks.
It did just come down.
Yes, these are fresh tracks of a canine. So let's see if it's down here.
All right.
And if nothing else, it sure is beautiful here. No fox, but the river looks amazing.
I'm so delighted we saw a fox, and I got it.
We just had our first walk around Ketchum, Idaho, and so far we have to say it's among the best.
I actually like it a lot more than Aspen and almost more than Telluride and Breckenridge. Those are also special, but I don't know, there's something about this town just feeling like so cozy and comfortable, and you can, I don't know, just feel really relaxed here.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the openness here. It's much more open than those other tighter places. And also it's really tastefully done, the way it's landscaped, the way it's designed, and it's not at all full of itself like some of these very coveted mountain towns are.
I really appreciate this trail because, yeah, it turns out that trail will take you all the way to the bottom of that gondola that we saw, and you can also keep following it. It takes you to a warm spring.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can do that tomorrow.
And it's open to walking, biking, skiing, and horseback riding.
It's a 36-mile long trail,
Yeah.
which is really long. So you could do that like for a full day on a bike, on a Nordic skis, and you can see a lot.
And we just got it downtown, and we're now back downtown right off the trail where we can go dine and all the rest of our needs are met. So yeah, as far as mountain tourism goes, this is amazing. And there are many types of hills around here. They differ, like this is distinctly Idaho unique nature.
The hills remind me a little bit of Waimea on the Big Island, but Waimea is a lot smaller. These hills keep going.
Yeah, this goes for a long time. We begin our first full day in Ketchum, Sun Valley area with a hike at the Adam Gulch Trail, and it's a very popular one. The whole parking lot is almost full.
It's also very cold. I can see snow on the mountains.
I think it snowed last night actually.
It did? Yep.
It's almost July. Tomorrow is July.
Yep.
And it's snowing.
Yep, it is cold. So we'll see how this goes.
Lots of activities here, and apparently shepherds are letting their sheep loose around here. Yeah, huge trail system here. We started out in the town of Ketchum here. We went to Sun Valley to see the big resort, and then we tried to get on a trail there, but it's already totally packed. So now we're on this trail system, which is very large, and there's a bigger parking lot here.
So which one are we doing?
We're doing Adam Gulch Trail.
Adams Gulch. It says moose area.
Oh.
Great. Bullwinkle has no sense of humor. I will not take kindly. Yes, I agree.
We just ran into some quaking aspens shaking in the wind, and it's really hypnotic.
Sounds a bit like rain.
It does.
So what did you learn about aspens last night? They're one big tree.
Well, there's a big aspen in Utah called Pando, which is all the same tree actually, and is the largest organism on the planet.
That's nuts.
But I've heard also a mushroom in Oregon being the largest. I don't know how they distinguish. This is a very beautiful area. We're still kind of soaking it in. It has openings all the time. It clears up, and then sometimes it's wooded, sometimes it's shrub, sometimes it's sagebrush and grass.
Good morning.
Good morning. And as we saw in Aspen, these trails are heavily used. People here love it.
Yeah. That's part of why you live out here, I would imagine, right? Is to have access to the trails.
All kinds of flowers in there.
We just started this hike and we're like, whoa.
We actually did not see flowers in either Colorado or Utah too much. There were a little bit of in Park City. Yeah, they're all around the trail now.
So you get orange, blue, and yellow, and purple, and pink, and like, what?
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
Yeah, they're everywhere now. Blue, right here, lots of blue. This is just the beginning of the trail. It's about 6 miles, so let's see what we see. Probably a moose eventually.
Hopefully from far away.
Yes. I think there are two strategies to deal with a moose. One, keep your distance. Two, have obstacles between you and the moose.
Yeah, we saw one in Glacier actually, and it was from far away. We kept our distance. But we were kind of following it. It was going down the river, but yeah, we were like, every time it turned around to look at us, we'd be like, oh, freeze.
What a treat. Adam's rib and the forbidden fruit are here.
I wonder what the forbidden fruit is.
They claim it's an apple, but are there apples in the Middle East? Maybe Idaho was the Garden of Eden.
I bet it was pineapple.
The shape of it looks forbidden. Vegans have screwed humanity since the beginning. If Eve had eaten the snake instead of the apple, we'd still be in heaven.
Ew. I don't blame her for not eating the snake.
I think this is our split. We're going to...
Pork chop section.
Yes.
We're going to find pork.
We're going to look for Adam's rib and a pork chop. And here's the cutest creek ever.
It's so cute. So you don't even have to go very far on this trail to find some magical things.
Yeah. Alright, let's go look for pork chops. This is where we gain elevation, so...
Some bikers in here.
Looks amazing. We're now walking with the eagles above it all. Ketchum is way down there. Oh, good. Well, the rain caught up to us again, right in the middle of the mountain.
Yep. I think we're just going to power through it because we're already about at the halfway point. So it doesn't make sense to go back. So I think we'll just keep going.
This forest is so cool because the brooks are hidden. You hear them and you look around and they are completely overgrown with this foliage. But then you look a little harder and you go through all the nettles and you find them down here. It's incredible. And this water looks among the purest I've ever seen.
The trail is really nice too. It's really well taken care of. We run into actually quite a few bikers, but you know, there's enough room to social distance if you need to and still make your way on the trail. Have your own piece of paradise.
Yes, even if there is no pandemic, it is really annoying to run into crowds on trails. And where we live next to a metropolis, or in a metropolis. All the trails next to the metropolis are swarmed with people almost every time. Wow, that's the coolest flower so far. Take a macro with your phone. It's so cool.
It's like a fuchsia
It is almost like a fuchsia.
Found the amazing lake. It is totally worth going up there, by the way.
I have to say, hiking Idaho is one of the best so far. And Idaho has the most preserved wilderness out of the lower 48. Only Alaska beats it. We arrived in Stanley, Idaho, a very beautiful place, and we're setting off on a long hike for the day.
I think we're near Redfish Lake, but I don't think we've actually seen it yet. We passed the lake coming in, but I don't think that's Redfish yet. So we'll hit that on the way out. But yeah, we're starting a trail.
Yeah, let's see. There's supposed to be a series of 5 lakes. Up until the second or third one, there is a trail. Beyond that, there is not, but they say it's very easy to continue off trail.
So one thing that's been really helpful is all trails, you can download maps. And so we're just going to rely on that. And you can, I think, access it even without service.
Yeah, you just got to pay.
Yeah. But it's worth it in this case because, yeah, the map wasn't super helpful. So we're going to rely on the All Trails map to get us through.
We're some way into the Redfish Trail, which we're going to go beyond. But now we're getting views of the Redfish Lake.
This lake is so stunning. I don't know if it's always this color. But yeah, it's like blue, and the closer you get to the shore, it's like a nice green and turquoise. And I actually came here 11 years ago and I attempted to wakeboard in that. It was very cold and I didn't manage to succeed, but a lot of people like to use it for jet skiing, wakeboarding. You can camp, you can hike, and it's a giant lake. It keeps going this whole stretch here. You can still see some mountains with snow out there, but this is actually really great temperature. We've got full sun. I'm sweating already. But so far not a high incline yet, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, so far it's easy, just a little rocky. So we reached a place in the middle of the wilderness here where it says permits, and there's a box and you are required to fill out a permit, take the copy, and then you have to have this on you while you're in this wilderness. But it's interesting that you find that out here. It wasn't down at the bottom.
Well, they do tell you at the bottom, but they don't have the box for you to get your permit, which is why we were like, oh, we need to drive somewhere and actually find it. So we just filled out the registry instead at the bottom and just kept hiking until we got to this point.
Now, if you notice here, it says already close to certain kinds of vehicles beyond here. And it says not exactly National Forest, but National Forest Wilderness. And here you see it right here. Sawtooth Wilderness, Sawtooth National Recreation Area. That means that you're actually now where no development is allowed, motorized things are not allowed, and you take a big responsibility for knowing how to take care of yourself.
Yeah, another reason to have that permit and just a record of you being here in case something happens.
That's right, and there's moose out here.
Yep, things do happen.
Another thing that happened right after we crossed into the wilderness is that now we're in the Alpine proper. We're surrounded by the peaks. And we're walking on a little rocky trail. This is what you associate with your alpine environments. And we're going to continue this way towards those alpine peaks. The trail is now amazing.
It is. It opened up a lot. The trail's a little bit rockier. Got my first mosquito bite. So they are indeed out here.
This is such a treat in the Sawtooth Mountain. You see recent snowfall there in July. And it lines all these mountains. Here it is, our first snow. Still here. Beautiful grove now. It's very green. And the plant under the trees is like a little carpet. We just found our second lake. That should be 2 out of 5. Oh wow. This one is the one the review said is not at all spectacular. Are you kidding? It's really nice.
So what are the other ones going to be like then if this is not spectacular?
That's the big question. So here's a curious sign that says stock tie. And what that really means is this thing up here. There's no amenities at all except this. And it's a tie that allows you to hang your food because you are where many wild animals are, and particularly bears will come here and go through your stuff unless you secure it. This area here flattens, and a lot of people were talking about camping up here, so they would hike in with all their gear that they need to camp, and then they will sleep over. And from here that extends your range, so you can hike way in this way.
Day hikes from here.
Yep. We found the third lake and the one where the trail ends, so now we're going off trail, and we saw the first animal.
I'm not sure what it was. It looked to me almost like a ferret of sorts. That's the closest reference I could think of. It was like kind of long, low to the ground, looked really fluffy. It was like a dark brown, but yeah, it ran across the trail.
Yeah, it's like a weasel or a marten.
Yeah, a marten. Another one.
That's right. And here it's getting cold, so we're gonna put on our jackets and try to find our way to the next lake. There are 2 more off trail. Yeah, the lake and the
really
peaks.
Pretty.
Yeah.
See, if you camp here, you've got 2 lakes like right next to each other, so that's pretty sweet.
And people do camp here, as you can see. We're standing in a fire pit. So there are no more trails really. There are fallen trees all over the place. And we saw another couple go through here somehow. We were busy with our cameras. But what we gotta do now is really look for tracks from shoes, look for the path of least resistance, and cross-check against the map that we have of this area. Oh, nice.
That's so pretty. Yeah, this is a really pretty one.
Yeah, and these are the ones they say are not special. They say the 5th one is the special one that we have to find off the trail. But yeah, how is this not special? Crystal clear water. If you want it, we could drink it. It's so cold I had to put my hood on to warm my ears.
It's chilly. It's you know, the sun is out, but you can see there's patches of snow still, and this lake being so cold with this air, it's acting like an air conditioner of sorts, and it's just like blowing on you, and you're just like, ooh, it's like chilly.
Yeah, see, a little trail around the lake. Maybe this one disappears too from the reports we read. I have to say, hiking Idaho is one of the best so far. I've hiked the Alps, the Balkans, Mexico, Central America, Belize, Hawaii, Japan, Montana, many places. The West Coast all over. Idaho is among the best for sure.
It's really great. I like it. It feels a lot like the Northwest, or just, you know, Washington, I guess. That's what we had the most reference to. But, you know, this hike in particular wasn't really that challenging getting up. And you don't even have to go all the way out here. I think a lot of families we passed, they probably just came to the first and second lake, just turn around and go back. If you want to keep going, you can, but it's a nice and easy hike if you don't want to go all the way. And
Idaho has the most preserved wilderness out of the lower 48. Only Alaska beats it, and Alaska is way too cold. So if you want an authentic wilderness experience that is still quite manageable, come to Idaho. What's up?
I feel like an explorer.
You are. Just a couple of Gemini discovering. I guess in a way I'm lucky that I grew up next to the woods where I hiked off trail a lot. And I don't feel fazed by it, and I know what it takes to backtrack, and you need to figure out in your mind and along the landmarks how to go back and so on. The danger though is wild animals and injuries, and here there's several predators that can hurt you, but there's also, I checked all the snakes, only one is poisonous that does too much, is the rattlesnake. Here we're in a place which looks like another suitable campground, but because of that, there are many places you can proceed, and I need to reference the map to make sure we're going the right way. So you can see here the red was what we followed, that we got lost basically off the trail at this point, and there are two more lakes, or even more than two actually. So I think the smartest way to proceed is to track the water, which is that way, and there's a trail that way. So that's what we're going to do. So if you've never been to the Alpine, it's loaded with insects, way more than you would ever expect.
Wearing long pants, long sleeve shirts, even if you're really hot, the higher up you go, the colder it'll get and the more bugs there'll be. So you'll be grateful for having your sleeves.
The trail is really fuzzy at this point. Oh, I see it, I see it. Let's see if this is able to be done. Yeah, right here.
Kind of entitled.
There we go.
The part that makes you feel like an adventurer going off trail of sorts, which I'm not very comfortable with, I'll be honest with that. I would never do this alone. And
in fact you shouldn't, because if you do it alone, if anything goes wrong, no one can help you.
Story I think of some guy in Washington who broke his ankle. He was trail running, and they said he dragged himself over 8 miles.
Yes, this is a real wilderness. Don't come alone. That's rule number 1. Really, it's fallen tree which obscure the trail here and makes people turn around. But we just met a couple that made it one more lake over, and it's actually really close on the map. Yeah. You can go around maybe, or just straight through, either way. Many fallen trees. No one quite comes up here to cut through them like Boy Scouts do normally. This is why it's a wilderness. Alright, this definitely is bushwhacking. There is no trail. All we're doing is sticking to the direction we have to and finding the path of least resistance and looking for clearing so we don't have to mess with the bushes too much and the trees. And what's really making it a pain are all the fallen trees here. How's your first bushwhacking experience?
I hate bushwhacking so much, but whatever. I don't enjoy it. I would never be able to find my way out of this, let me just say.
I got the pathfinding. Don't worry about the way, because I got it. Just traverse. I'll find our way out of here.
It's kind of cool, but it's also kind of like, what the hell is this? I'm Asian. I like clear-cut paths.
Well, Asians used to live in the jungle even at one time too.
Used to. I'm pretty far removed from that.
Hiking with an Asian wife. I'm just glad these boulders kind of didn't let the trees and the bushes grow out. So we're finding some clear path here. I'm wearing my hood mostly because the mosquitoes will eat my neck and my ears. I hear the brook Is it under us? It could
Yeah,
be.
I swear there's water under us.
There's
been the entire time.
Yeah, and that's actually my guiding line because there's it goes between the lakes.
Gotcha.
So that's how I'm able to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
However, when it sounds like it's under me, I don't like that.
Exactly. That's why my foot, when you step, you're like, gotta make sure that you're not gonna go through.
Yeah, which is why I will go this way. Both hands also must be free at all times to break a fall.
Exactly. Now the reason why you put your camera over here, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, now we're sort of scrambling. We're not using our arms much, but they help. We just traversed through all that, can you believe it?
I'll believe it when we're done.
Okay. This is good though, it's not very hard from here.
No? Okay.
No, it's more of the same, just we passed through not the thick bush, but boulders. We successfully bushwhacked one more lake over, and it's pretty. It's green out there.
It's pretty. The other two lakes are actually prettier, which is interesting because, yeah, they said in the reviews that they were mediocre. It wasn't that great, but I'm like, to me, this is the one that's been the least stunning of the few. But there is one more lake that remains.
What something interesting about this lake is there's a marsh around it, so we can't actually approach it all that much. It floods and it really breeds mosquitoes. So we need to.
They're giant.
Yeah.
I had two land on my jacket and I was like, oh my god.
Trying to eat you through the jacket,
Huge.
yeah. Yeah, so now it's more bushwhacking and extra hampered by snow. So let's see how we do with that. I think the real trail is that way, if you can call it that. Right here, and I think this is the trail. Let's see what we get. Ah, snow shows tracks. Beautiful. Somebody gave this hike a 1-star review because they got mad the trail gets obscured. If you're a noob, don't do it. But don't leave bad reviews because you're a noob.
But honestly, that's one of the things I like about all trails, is that you can read reviews and you get an idea of the conditions. And in this case, they tell you you can get to the first two lakes just fine. After that, it gets hard, and then you can decide for yourself if you want to do it.
Right. Now there's a split. I believe this is the better way, but I'll reference my map. And yeah, going to the left is better because yeah, otherwise you run into the lake. I guess that's the mini trail to go see the lake. Here we have more snow and more fallen trees and a creek in our way. I can easily cross this. You can also go through the bush.
Yeah.
I can jump this myself. Oh. Yeah, and the trail does continue. So this creek was not on the map.
Huh. Are we sure this is the right way?
Yeah, the trail is right behind me.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, you got it.
Okay.
All right, we're literally in the bush now.
Yep.
And there's more bush, but you do end up on the trail right there. You're almost there.
My sticks are now getting stuck.
That's the issue, yeah.
This bush sucks. It's so thick.
All right, now we're in a beautiful forest.
Look easier. Oh my god. It's so hard. All right, well, got my sticks at least.
My guide shows my map shows we're doing the right thing. It's kind of winding around here, probably because of obstacles. But yeah, this is it. We're doing it. To me, it's lost again, but we'll try to find it. But it looks like we have to climb now. Yeah, the map shows the lake is up there.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta get up.
I'm still walking on somewhat of a trail here, but I think it's about to end, period. It may look flat, but when you turn down, it's not flat.
It's not flat, nope.
Ooh, this looks like a trail to me. If it isn't, it will become. Now it's steep, and we've been at it for 5 miles. Over 1 mile, I think, of bushwhacking. And it's high elevation, so we're panting. You do have to be fit here. I have never seen Susie hike this hard and go off trail.
But now you have.
Now I have. After 8 years of doing this together, you're getting braver.
It's your fault. Would you let me turn around?
No.
Exactly.
It's kind of rubble at this point. There's not that much boulders and bush. Treacherous nevertheless. I keep repeating this comment from All Trails app. It says you must go to the fifth lake, you must go. So here we are.
You're like, okay.
Whew. Mind you, it's not in frame, but I'm hiking with this on my side. 4th of July weekend is the time to conquer.
Yeah.
Just like the revolutionaries. All right, we're on top. Look at that. This is another code of mountaineering. You watch for each other at all times. You don't let people slip out of sight. You made it.
I'm okay.
Yes, you are. Part of why I'm willing to break my back with so many cameras and crazy hiking is because we're staying at a lodge which has a natural hot spring in it. And you know, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, did it really fall? Wow. And if you go bushwhacking and it's not on YouTube, did you really go? Here's why we love this. This is what is awaiting us here. Here we go. Oh my God. Sawtooth Mountains, Sawtooth Wilderness proper, out of Stanley, Idaho. Final 10 yards.
10 yards?
Yes.
Okay.
Right here there's a very civilized path. And here is the lake. And our picnic bench. Wow. It's only us. The clearest water you'll ever see. Simply that snow melting, and it's that pure. It's been real. This is a great hike. It's the best I've done in a long time, probably since Montana. Oh wow. This is our picnic.
It tastes so good.
Matador beef jerky. So damn good. And being here makes it 10 times better.
That's another pro tip, especially if you're going to go on a longer hike. And I'm so glad I insisted. We had to get snacks because, yeah, when you get to the end or the halfway point, you still got to go back. So you might as well have some fuel to get you back the other way. And yeah, like the hangry thing is real, at least for me. It's like if I don't get a snack or something, it's like my mood can get really, really bad. So it just helps you keep better spirits and have enough energy to get to the end.
It sure is true for women.
I'm just saying, it's a true thing. Like, it does happen.
Oh, I know.
And food makes all the difference. Like, it's interesting. If you just have a snack, sit down, drink some water, have a snack, and you're like, okay, I feel better.
I don't mind pushing myself to that limit as well, like going without food for a while. Yeah. But I think it's a man thing, actually.
Yeah. I even have a nut butter filled
I would
coconut.
surely enjoy half of that.
I know, yeah. I'm gonna split it with you. We got this for Zion, and it was still in my bag. And I'm certain I have one more of these bars, and so I do. And so yes, we will share it.
All right. We'll see you on the way down. One last glimpse of the glamour here.
It was fantastic. Well worth the hike. Now we gotta go back.
Where do you see? I don't know. It looks possibly like a trail. There we go. Good job, you spotted it. We need to find our way back through the boulder field that is inclined. But hey, here's the view of another lake. It's kind of amazing to me how comfortable going down is right now.
For you?
Yes, for me.
It's not that bad. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it could be a lot worse.
This is where you get tired of going slowly and start running down like a maniac. I used to do that and it's really, really fun, but one mistake can kill you, so I've stopped after I passed 30 because I want to live till 90 or 100 now and keep on making movies. And we're now down, all the way down. That wraps our stint into the Sawtooth Wilderness.
We did it. It was fantastic. It was great. I'm not even a hardcore hiker, and I really enjoyed it, so just saying.
And you did some bushwhacking. You went up the boulder field.
I did. And I found the amazing lake. It is totally worth going up there, by the way. Absolutely. Best lake best one.
We did it.
We did it! So coming back, we even found another path back to our car, which goes along the river. Super pretty. Really nice way to end the whole hike.
And here we go. Our car is waiting. And it hasn't been broken into. Very nice. You can see the light has diminished a lot since we left.
10.1, took us 6 hours. That's our whole route.
Yeah, keep going. You show the bushwhack there, but you don't have internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a cool feature.
Yeah, really cool. We're going to eat a big meal and sink in the hot tub. Well, we've really done it this time.
You know, you said I should get a half here. No, get a full. I'll help you. You better help me.
I'll help you. Maybe.
But I'm excited, yeah. This smells and looks amazing. Exactly what I wanted.
It's like as big as you.
Yeah.
And I have mine right here. Nicely charred. And a baked potato, that's what's holding it right here.
Oh, okay.
And a salad, so it's not all meat.
Right.
And a beer, so it goes down easier.
This is how you end a long day of hiking.
So we completely overestimated our abilities and we have more than half right here.
Leftovers is very heavy.
It's for breakfast. But we had to get pie.
Yeah, so like I was really happy with this because we ordered a lot of food even though we didn't eat it all.
It's true. We racked up $100 bill.
But it was delicious.
In like a tiny small
so
town.
Good, yeah. It's literally our only restaurant option, but you know what? It was really good. I don't mind if that's the only restaurant in town.
It's good. And look at the pavement is straight up logs.
I love it. It's great. Yeah, it's really nicely done. There's the Village Mart that has everything you need in it, including ammo for your guns and your food.
Yeah, so
like yeah.
That's right. It's a great place. Stanley, Idaho.
Yeah.
Only the chosen. Seriously stunning. It's like a wonder of nature.
Oh, it feels good. I recommend.
Definitely worth the 4,400 miles. We have taken the Warm Springs Road out of Ketchum, and immediately here you enter the Sawtooth National Forest on the other side of where we were earlier today. And the reason we're here, as the road's name suggests, is there's a series of hot springs. Now there's some that are developed, but we're gonna try to get to some that are totally wild and see how far our car can get us, because we don't have much of a tall vehicle. And here we are next to the Frenchman's Hot Spring in Ketchum, Idaho. The road was very easy actually, and very well steamrolled, and even a lowered sedan can do it. There are a bit too many people for liking right now, so we can try to find another hot spring. There's a bunch of them here, so.
Yeah, it was like at least one family with a bunch of kids, and it was just like, I don't know. And if there was a pool, but we'd be downstream, so
yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
We're looking for another hot spring which is marked by a sign and marked on the map, and it should be in the creek next to us. And there's a place here cleared out for parking, so we're trying to find if it really exists. So this parking here, but on the map it says that's the creek. West Fork Warm Springs Creek. No information, just says West Fork Warm Springs. And the map has it there, a big drop here, some kind of pool, but you would think it actually designates it somehow with an area, because that looks like a creek. That it was, yeah. I'm looking for a hot spring out here in Stanley. How is it?
It's really warm, but it's really beautiful.
How amazing is this though? But when you step out, this is what you see. And you can actually go into this river and cool off, which should be ice cold. Yeah, it's pretty cold. Oh, it's warm right here. And then it gets cold fast. And so yeah, you get to be in the river. Right now my legs are ice cold, freezer cold, and my body is very hot. It is totally like that Russian ice plunge.
How's the water?
It's really cold. What an amazing way to start the day here. This hot spring, which has been channeled into this pool, and outside is the river. And this is the view that greets you immediately as you step out, and you're all glowing. Really, really hard to beat. Idaho's tourism is among the best. Don't overlook Idaho. Many do, but it's so amazing. And this is a protected area with like 20 species that you can observe as you're in the hot tub. Oh, yesterday we aborted the mission with the hot spring because it was crowded and it was small, too many people.
That one was the Frenchman?
Yeah.
The one closest to Sun Valley. They say it's because it's so accessible and everybody knows about it, it's always busy. But this one, it's called Russian John, I think.
Well, let's see what we have here. At the first glance, it's a beautiful mountain area. It's been snowing in June and now it's July, it's still snow there. There's a trail right here, which we'll follow and see what we get. There are wildflowers and it smells like herbs and birds are singing. Isn't Idaho pristine?
It really is. So I found this one based on some GPS coordinates. Wasn't really sure if we're gonna find anything at all, but...
Hey, if GPS works for the US military, we can make it work when we're vacationing.
That looks pretty legit.
Yeah, see? Now we would get something.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, wow, really? That's so cool.
Wow. What's hiding?
It smells like a...
hot spring. I don't need any time. I'm going in. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh man, that is great. Oh yeah. Oh, perfect. There. Man. Oh, and it's crystal clear and it's not chemical, it's not full of people. You got that slimy feel from the sulfur. And just a little bit too. It's not too sulfurated. You're wasting precious time outside.
Well, I'm trying to get the scene.
I'm not sure at all where the water is coming from.
I was just wondering that. It's a lot of water.
By the edges here it's warmer, so I'm guessing from these edges where I'm against them.
Yeah, I see though. They were like, it's not steaming hot. So they actually say in the winter, this one is not really here because it's just too cold. It's not considered hot.
Yeah,
when it's cold outside.
But this right now is perfect.
Yeah.
Definitely worth the 4,400 miles. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's so cool.
So nice. They're right. This is totally scenic.
Yeah. This is the best one so far.
Much better than the commercial ones.
Oh yeah, that's like people around
Wow.
you. Cement. Natural hot spring.
Oh,
How about
natural.
that?
It's very cool having this whole thing to ourselves. And obviously some of this has been man-made. I think when they made like this barrier here, it kind of blocks the view from the road, which makes it feel a little bit more private because you can indeed hear the cars going by. There's not a lot of cars going by, but a fairly busy road. But it only seems that people come out to this one if they know that the spring is here. So that makes it really, really cool. So incredibly scenic. Definitely worth coming out here if you ever make it to Ketchum or Sun Valley. It's worth the drive.
We are done with the hot spring and this is the view that greets you as soon as you get out. Snowy mountains and just you and nothing else. It's amazing.
But with hot springs, you don't want to spend too much time in them, because they're full of actual minerals and gases, and for some people it can actually make them really sick. So you do have to make sure that you don't spend a whole lot of time in them and make sure that you get out, especially for us because we want to visit more today, so we don't want to spend all of our time in this one. We want to leave ourselves some capacity to do the others today.
So far we've woken up and we've gone to the hot spring, and now
we went to the hot spring in our hotel, but there's a few other more natural ones, and one of the most popular ones is the Kirkham Hot Spring. and our hot tub mates this morning actually gave us a nice tip. They told us that the Kirkham campground is closed, but the actual hot spring is still open, which is a good tip because we would have turned around because this sign here kind of indicates the whole thing is closed, but apparently you can just walk through and find the hot spring, so we're gonna go do that. This is supposed to be one of the most visual and really pretty hot springs. I peeked at some photos, so I know that it looks really, really awesome.
Susie saw the spoiler. What's really cool about this whole thing here in this area is that you can hike and kick your ass in the daytime and you would develop strain, but once you go into the hot spring you completely relax again, so you can do it again next day. So now we arrive at the area that describes the hot springs. There must be, oh yeah, see, there's a map, says you're here, and there's a whole lot of them. It's not just one, and there are two waterfalls by the look of it at least. And the river itself is gorgeous. Here's the welcoming crew. Here's the trail. Wow, a raging river. There's this water coming down, which, judging by the deposits, I think is hot. And people are laying at the bottom. This is so gorgeous.
Well, was I right?
It looks amazing.
Yes.
It's a hot spring waterfall. This is seriously stunning. It's like a wonder of nature. So cool, on the side of the cliff here, the whole thing is hot water coming like a waterfall for a while. It's very hot. I'm only soaking my feet a bit. Oh, he did it. Nice. Is that straight up hot water coming on your head?
Oh, it feels good.
Wow.
It's like a shower.
Wow.
Yeah, this whole river has 9 natural hot springs on it.
This way, right here?
All the way down at 65 miles. They're
Wow.
kind of littered throughout the whole river.
Amazing. Is this one the most scenic?
It's probably the most used.
Whoa! A little hot. Oh, that feels really good. Oh, the breeze.
Yeah.
The breeze comes through and it really cools you off.
You should go up in it.
Oh, it feels good. I recommend.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yes.
Isn't that good?
It's so great. Wow, it would feel so good if it's cold outside too.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, in the wintertime this would be amazing.
Do Iceman challenge right here. Yes. Immediately cools off right here. So good.
You going all the way down?
No.
No?
It's cold. It's about the same temperature as the Russian ice spa. How are you feeling?
Amazing.
You have a little waterfall buddy next to you.
Yeah, I do. Oh, it's so good. That shower was the best.
Yeah.
Not that bad.
No, it's not terrible.
nothing like having a really, really hot day and ending it with a nice sip of cold water. And so this is one of the hacks that we did for this road trip. I've always seen like these giant Hydro Flask, like 64-ounce Hydro Flask bottles at REI, and I never really understood the purpose of them until we started thinking about the road trip. And when you're road tripping, you're gonna want to carry a lot of water, but then if you're in these plastic bottles, they're gonna get all hot, especially when it's really warm outside. And so one way to kind of cut down on your use of plastic bottles and also keep your water ice cold is to buy one of these giant Hydro Flasks, and it keeps your water so cold, and you're really gonna enjoy it on these hot days.
Yes, it is really nice and I need it immediately.
Yeah. So basically we start off the day with each of our bottles filled, we drink it, and then whenever we need to refill, we go back to this giant Hydro Flask, and it's been working out super well. I'm really glad that we went with this whole strategy. It's been well worth the investment.
The water is cold all day and it doesn't go bad like in the heated car. So all day we're drinking cold water and it doesn't get you sick, you don't drink plastic pollution. Much better.
It's been really great for a road trip. Highly recommend it.
Mistake to just come to a place. After I called them, no one picked up. It said they're open on the voicemail, but when I came, the whole place is empty except one or two tables, and then they said they can't sit you down because of reservations and pandemic restrictions and all that. So even though the whole restaurant is sitting empty, we cannot eat. It's very strange. We're having to make very difficult choices here, and it's a it's a difficult night altogether. Because I thought I had a place in mind, they didn't pick up the phone, but the message said they're open. But they had the whole place empty, only one couple dining, and no tables apparently. So we had to Uber out into the fields, back out here, and then we walked the whole strip, can't find anywhere. There was a place with a table open in 3 hours, and finally we're here in our hotel.
It is 4th of July weekend in all fairness, so maybe busier than we expected.
It's also the pandemic and the restrictions and all this stuff, but it's a bit of a bitter thing because we just had a 20-something day trip and everything felt so normal. And then we come to our own state and all this shit starts restricting us from doing the right thing. Oh well, we deal with it. But the real choices now, we get to the point, is to pick food. So we settled on a Caesar salad, 2 French onion soups, a fondue, and 2 entrees, the stroganoff and the New York strip.
Maybe we shouldn't even tell them, we should just show everything.
Yeah, when it arrives.
Yes.
Well, we can always edit this part. But yeah. Oh, and we stopped at a winery. The wine was good, but you weren't a fan.
I don't like wine, so.
I liked it. This place is a wine mecca.
Here you go. A glass of that lovely red blend for you.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you
And I'll be
very
right
much.
back. Cheers. Enjoy.
Thank you. So I have my second glass of wine, and this is the winemaker of Washington called Walla Walla. And we're in the main hotel in town. It has already 3 wine tasting rooms and a restaurant and a lounge, and it's supposed to be the place. Let's see. This one is easier to palate. But I like the other one more. Yeah, this one is more flat, I would say. You want to try? Well, I guess I drink all the wine at home.
I'll take a soda or juice.
Oh, well, there are such.
Very easy.
You should ask for a drink. You'll be fine. Yeah, so this is really the finale. Tomorrow we probably fly the drone, and that's gonna be before we go home. But we came here to eat and drink very much. And we're not big drinkers. She doesn't drink at all. So I'm drinking a glass or 2 or 3. We'll see. and we're gonna eat a lot because it's been a long trip. Yeah, we've really done it this time. There's no more space and we have 3 more orders. Oh wait, so we have 2 more orders. Yeah. All right, only 2 more orders. We'll manage. Yeah, it should be all right. These are the appetizers. Ooh, French onion soup, Caesar salad, crab fondue, excellent. So far, very good. There's a quail egg inside this baguette, and you're loving the salad.
This is how a Caesar salad should be done. I would eat this every day.
This is also great because here in Walla Walla they make the best onions in the USA. So this soup is full of them. It's so great. The French onion soup with local onion. It's fondue time.
It's not just any fondue, it's crab fondue. So let's do this right.
That looks rich.
Yep.
That's a bit much. We got our breakfast this morning from the bakery, and then we drove out into the famous fields here around Walla Walla, and then more broadly out here begins the region called Palouse.
Yes, so there's lots of golden fields. This field happens to just have been harvested, so it's not golden, but we do have some footage and some shots of some of the golden fields here.
This you could call the breadbasket of our state, and really a big part of our country gets their wheat and a whole bunch of other crops from here. A very famous wine region. So we came here to do farm to table, wine and dine type of experience, and that was great. And it was really straight in our hotel. It was a very nice way to relax after a very long trip. Right now it's the last day of our trip. We're only 4 hours away from home.
Yeah, we stayed at the Marcus Whitman Hotel, which is like the center, or the most central hotel in downtown Walla Walla. It was a really great experience, really big hotel actually, a lot of rooms, and they even have a restaurant down below, which is where we ended up having dinner last night.
It's a great thing if you just want to come into the countryside and relax and eat and drink. And after that, it's a 4-hour drive to Seattle, and we're back home where we started. And we'll probably get a bit reflective and figure out how we feel after this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Some fast driving through the agricultural heart of Washington state, and for almost 2 hours or more than 2 hours straight, everything along the road is planted with orchards and vineyards and wheat and all kinds of stuff. We did the stretch from Walla Walla all the way to Yakima, and there was no break at all in the cultivation of the fields. Local asparagus and fresh cherries. Where are the cherries at? Oh, there they are. Here we go. Delicious Yakima cherries. Baskets. 4 pounds. This is the right size. Yakima is also part of the big Columbia River Valley wine growing region and makes a lot of wine. So I'm gonna get some of that too. Here we go. Lemberger Red. Bunch of red blends, Cabernet Sauvignon, that's gonna be my choice. The Jack of Hearts Cabernet Sauvignon, Columbia Valley.
All right, well that was awesome. I think we've passed this on the road how many times? We never actually stopped in, but now we're gonna stop every single time because that was great.
Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff. It won't even fit in the trunk, so we gotta put it here. But this is 4 pounds of cherries. Bunch of asparagus, Walla Walla sweet onion mustard, bottle of wine,
and a bourbon steak glaze, or just an onion steak, sweet onion steak sauce. So yeah, this is a really great place to stop if you're looking for locally grown fruits, vegetables, and also just the preserves and yeah, all kinds of stuff. I think almost everything in there was local, and there's also an antique store behind it, so great spot.
Yeah. We love this part of Washington, which is all agricultural. We come here for the farm-to-table experience, and really this whole day since yesterday has been dedicated to that, and now we're taking some home.
So we'll have the farm-to-table experience at home.
It is the 4th of July, as you can hear by the bangs, and we're back in Seattle after 22 days on the road in a secret little park. So how do you feel?
I feel incredibly refreshed and excited and inspired, and you know, yeah, it's like whenever a trip ends, sometimes you kind of dread coming home, and there was a little bit of that. Sometimes we're like, because we both were like, we could keep going, and part of us really wants to, but the other part is that, you know, I'm happy that we have a home to come back to. We can, you know, recharge, chill out, and plot our next moves.
I feel very accomplished. This was the longest road trip we've ever done. It was one of the longest trips we've ever done. It's the most we've ever filmed. So we really were serious about filming and produced a huge show on the road. And now it's gonna be the post-production phase. So also we saw so much of our country. And it's fitting that we come back on the 4th of July to commemorate how amazing and huge and awesome this country is.
Yeah, really, and we only saw like a few states on the west coast. Haven't even been to the south, the east, the north. There's so many more states to go to, and even, you know, the route that we did do, if we did the exact same route again, we could do that and see entirely different things. There's just so much more in those states that we didn't even get around to seeing.
That's right. We saw roughly 5 states, but 2 of them were transit, and 3 we stopped in for a week each. A week in those big states is not enough. We have so much more to see. We want to go back to every single one of them. They're all great in their own ways. It's just so amazing. It really opens your eyes. It really opens your eyes.
We're back to allergies. Allergies didn't really bother me on this trip, but we come back.
Oh, we took Claritin.
And the minute we did, yeah. So it's beautiful here, but there are allergies and some other issues. But you know, we live in a really great place, and so it's a good reminder of that as well. That we just have tons of nature. We have, you know, a sort of thriving city. I guess it depends on what time of year and, you know, what stage in history you're looking at it. But still, yeah, we have lots to do here. It's still a really great home base, and even though it will probably be a little while before our next long trip, we have tons of content to edit, so we'll be rolling out that content, and we have tons of little day trips we can do. So we're still going to do those on the weekend. We're going to take the most advantage of summer weather and keep adventuring as much as we can.
This is one of many trips we've done, and one of many more that will come. So we are going to stick to our lifestyle no matter what life throws at us. This was an episode of proving that it's possible, because with all the problems that do not help you travel right now, we were able to overcome them, and we had an amazing time too on the road, and one of the best trips ever. So if you think you're trapped, you're not. It's all in your head. All it takes is you hop in your car and you keep going. It doesn't matter, really. It's all that restrains you. It's out there in the ether. It's not real.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was a monkey.
Yeah, I was like, it sounds like a person. No, maybe a monkey.
A
no,
squirrel.
2 squirrels. 2 squirrels going at it. But yeah, it's true. Especially if you live in the USA, like it is all in your head. We cross state lines all the time. We even got pulled over once, and it wasn't for leaving our home illegally. It was for just being like 5 miles over the speed limit.
In a national park.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, it was totally fine. You just have to, I think, just use your common sense, use your, you know, your senses, and if something doesn't feel right to you, then don't do it or don't go there. But you can do quite a bit and still come out on top. You know, we feel really healthy. We're pretty certain we didn't get the virus, but I'm going Monday to go get a test anyway, and we'll find out for certain. But I'm pretty sure that neither of us contracted COVID during this trip.
In fact, I feel in better shape and healthier than I have at least since I got my 9 to 5.
Yeah, I feel healthier right now. After 3 months of lockdown, I really feel like if you're staying indoors and not going out, you're actually degrading your health. So it actually helps, even if you don't want to commit to weeks or days, just go out for half a day, for a couple of hours, and you will feel so much better.
Yeah, we did a lot of high altitude hiking, a lot of heavy breathing out there, and just just really strengthening ourselves, and I feel so good. And we're about to hit the home gym and work our upper body a bit because we mostly did legs and core, but I just feel amazing after this trip. And part of me is sad that I have to go to work on Monday, but besides that, it actually feels good to be back because we feel so accomplished, and there's a lot more to do in post-production, and we're excited to be able to roll out our best travel show yet.
Yes. So tune into those episodes. We'll be making individual episodes at least by the day, I think, but we'll see how that all comes together, and then there'll be one long episode with everything all in it.
Like
so
8 hours long movie.
yeah, it'll be probably our longest film ever.
Oh, for sure.
But stay tuned for that, 'cause that's all coming.
All right, it's been great fun. We'll do this many times more. Never stop exploring. Always stay on the move. Otherwise, you begin declining the day you stop.
And let discovery happen.